stakeholders towards comprehensive and conclusive delivery. What are our values that we stand for as SECAP? Is responsibility, being accountable for all our decisions and actions, excellence, promoting high standards, integrity, ethical behavior, honesty, trustworthiness, respect, ethos of dignity, tolerance and consideration, transparency, appropriate disclosure of information, and open debate. In my address, I wish to say we welcome you today. We are honored to host women and the whole profession today. Firstly, SECAP believes in all registered professionals and candidates, because this is not only about professionals, also is about candidates. Looking at the inception of Women's Day, we know that International Women's Day is celebrated in February. And in the South African context, we refer to the 9th of August, 1956, where more than 20,000 South African women of all races staged a march on the Union buildings in protest against the proposed amendments to the Urban Areas Act of 1950, commonly referred as the Pass Laws. The march was led by Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, and Sophia Williams. And my reference to this is because the significance of this march was that it was women of all races. They were diverse, and there's one cause that united them. Some were with babies on their backs, which meant that with all the additional responsibilities of being mothers, wives, they still were playing an integral part of the society and nation building. Today's program is hosted by SECAP, facilitated by the Transformation Committee, and you will see diversity in action. Our program is packed with all races and ages presented. We want to say SECAP sees your efforts. SECAP sees your contribution, your excellence, and advocacy. And today we want to celebrate you. From this webinar going forward, we want to take all your inputs, all your concerns, and we build forward to a more responsive and relevant approach, so that next year it's not only us who are hosting you, we as a collective, we host the industry together. So we want to say also, we want women present here today to address the architectural industry from an equal and safe platform, even going forward into the practicing space. May today revive you, may today inspire you, may today challenge and comfort you. We want you to sit back, to relax, and enjoy today. And I'm going to take you through our program. This is our program, but the font is quite small, so I'll switch to a more visible program for today. Is this visible? So this is our program for today. We are starting at 9 and we'll be finishing at 2. We know that in our notices, there was a notion that we might finish at 4, but we are finishing at 2. We have the opening and welcome. I'm the program director of today. And shortly, just now, we're going to take a break. You can see our VP is elegant with her lipstick on. We encourage that anyone who has a duke, you just put on your duke, you grab a cup of coffee, you put on your red lipstick. Our VP, I believe she's always reminded of our boots, jeans, overalls on site, and we're always looking forward to a time, our me time. So today is a me time. So if you feel like the VP feels, is that put on your red lipstick, your headdress, and grab a cup of coffee. We will be having exhibition by women architectural professionals that will be running online today. We have honor of the presence of the Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Nokolo Kivit with us today. We are very honored, and a proper introduction will be done. And then we have a panel discussion that will be done with the academics, the lecturers, and also students from various institutions. We have UCT, DUT, we have UKZN, we've got VETS, we've got DUT. And then we've got presentation by Ms. Tanzim Razak. We'll take a tea break, also come back to the exhibition by women. We'll have a question and answer session. Then we'll have a presentation by SIDA. We have a presentation by another architectural practitioner, Nadira, about inclusive design. We will then have an open session because we don't want to just speak to you. We also would love you to speak back to us. The question and answer session is directed to the panelists and the presenters, but the open session will be allowing general and burning issues that you want to table at SACEP, and SACEP can take that back to the Transformation Committee and intend to the Council. We'll have the last panel discussion with 3 architectural women practitioners, Ms. Nopumele Nzuza, Ms. Jody Davids, and Ms. Amanda Lead. And then we'll be heading towards our closing, but also before our closing, we'll be having a question and answer session. We wish to welcome you and thank you for today. And can we take this time to don our red lipstick, our headdress, cup of coffee, and then immediately continue with our program. We're continuing with our program at exactly 9:15. We will be continuing. VP, thank you to you all. You are muted. VP, you are muted.
Thank you, Councillor Mandisa. Yes, if we can all return in about five minutes to get our coffee and our tea, because it's going to be a bit of a long day, but hopefully it's going to be a fun day. And then we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Please grab a cup of coffee, and at 1:15, our program will start. Thank you so much. Thank you, VP. I will just ask if we are all back and ready. As you can see that my red lipstick is on. I always look forward also to red lipstick. You can see that my book is on.
Lovely.
And we are doing this. So we are ready. And then this is our hashtag. We've got the hashtag generation. Let's hype up our event. Hashtag suck up women up. Hashtag we are SACUP. So that is the hashtag for today. VP, over to you for the introduction of the Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mandisa, and good morning to all our architectural colleagues and other colleagues that serve in these spaces of society that are there to make our lives better. Yes, and welcome and good morning to the architectural students. Ladies, thank you for joining us today. It is an honor to have you. Thank you, Program Director. I kindly would love to introduce Ms. Noxolo Kivit. Ms. Noxolo Kivit is the Deputy Minister of Public Works. She works in the same space as Patricia de Lille. She was born in East London in KwaMakeni location. She matriculated in 1980. And in 1987, she was employed at the Protea Pharmaceuticals. So she comes also from a pharmaceutical space. And 5 years later, she became a production service clerk, and in a position where she held until she had to leave in 1997 to join the legislation. Yes, and then given her political background in her student days, she was elected to senior shop steward in the position of chairperson of shop steward committees. So if you know shop steward, those are people that speak for people in the unions. Ms. Kivit was then Ms. Kivit's capacitation led her to being elected to various positions in 1987 in the labor movement. She went on further in her political career, where she became a speaker in the Eastern Cape provincial legislation of the 5th term. There has her speaker efficiency and performing her duties saw her serving in several strategic positions within the ANC, where she was an ANC whip from 1999 to 2003. She also went on to serving as in committees of finance and provincial expenditure, economic affairs, youth, gender, and people with disabilities. It is also quite noted that she is a huge fan of sport. She's a big sport lover, and she's passionate about rugby. Ms. Nokolo, thank you so much for joining us. It means a whole lot that you're here today. As you know, you're with us today in the architectural space. It is engineering, but also the artistic space. We thank you. You are the perfect person to be with us, considering with your background that is from public works. Yes, thank you, Deputy Minister. Yeah, we know that you're a very busy lady. You have a lot on your table and a huge portfolio that you need to try to get to very equitably, but thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And yes, and over to you. Yes, you can go ahead. Yes,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Meshongwe. And thank you, Mandy. A good morning to all the panelists, the leadership of SACAP, and the leadership of other entities that may have joined us. Indeed, power to the women in the sector. Power to the women in the sector and power to the leadership of those women. Let me first appreciate and thank you for having invited me and affording me this powerful and wonderful opportunity to celebrate Women's Day with you. Much as this is an event which takes place during this annual month that we always use to celebrate the women of our country. But let me also indicate that this month should not be just about the month. It should not be just about the event. It should be about the program. It should be about the determination. It should be about the commitment. It should be about the drive, which must help us ensure and defend the rights of women, but also confront the challenges that women face on a day-to-day basis in the workplace, at home, in society. So for me, much as we would love to go back to the history of the day, I will not really focus on that. I think Usis Mandi, in her opening remarks, touched on the famous march. And I think all of us know by now that we only have one of the surviving leaders of that march who's still alive, Anne-Sophie Williams-de-Bruyn. Others have passed on, but the agenda that they drove, the agenda that they pursued is still on. And we must pursue it with the vigor with which they embodied, with the spirit with which they mobilized women across the country without the cell phones that we today have, without the technological gadgets that enable even us now to be meeting amid the COVID-19 environment. They didn't have those, but they were able to galvanize the more than 25,000 women to that famous march. So for me, rather than us focusing on the march per se, we need to focus on learning that women and understanding that women can do it with or without the requisite resources. Women are able to push through, and with their determination are able to realize what they want to realize. So for me, it's the lessons we learn from that famous march, but also our ability to translate those lessons to today's challenges and be able to face those challenges. And therefore, our point of departure, Madam Chair, is that the recognition of women's rights as human rights, affirmed and protected by all members of society in our communities, as enshrined in the constitution of our land, cannot be overemphasized. While the focus is on issues affecting women, should not be an event. We need, though, to take stock of the progress, the achievements, but also look at the challenges and confront those challenges and be able to strategize around how we move forward. The question of women's emancipation is fundamental to the progress of our country. And in fact, as our fallen hero, President Oliver Tambo once said, and I quote, "Our national and social emancipation can never be complete if we continue to treat women of our country as minors and objects of one form of exploitation or another." But close quote. But I would want to add one point, that in as much as we must not be regarded as objects, we ourselves as women must also rise to the determination and the understanding that actually we are not objects. It becomes painful to realize that in the workplace, where we have rights as workers, where we have rights as women, but we still allow ourselves to be used by men to achieve what they want to achieve. And I'm talking to women in SACAP here, understanding that as we speak, we have such matters on our table, which we must deal with. And I am therefore inviting women in SACAP to unite, to speak with one voice, that there will not be undermining of their capacity and their leadership. There will not be exploitation of their being by any, at SACAP, at the workplace, wherever we are in society. We find ourselves in a difficult period where the economy has not been performing well. And that situation is now exacerbated by COVID-19, which landed on our shores in 2020. It has come with a number of waves with varying impact and degrees. We are currently in the middle of the third wave, and we've seen how many people we lose on a day-to-day basis. And with that being said, women are the ones who bear the brunt of that economy not performing well, and that COVID wreaking havoc amongst ourselves in the workplaces and in society in general. Our understanding is that which with South Africa as a people and as a society is patriarchal and anchored on historic marginalization of women and the perception that women are not equal to men, specifically that they are inferior to men. We therefore need to challenge this notion. We therefore need to know that it is not true. We therefore need to recognize that across sectors of society, gender relations are power relations, and how individuals identify with a certain gender generally informs their level of understanding, their level of inclusion, their level of control, their level of influence in the sector. And therefore, the process of deconstructing gender roles and the norms in society has seen women's participation in politics, in governance, in business and religious and other sectors, proving that the superiority of men is actually a false notion. Nonetheless, sexism, toxic masculinity, and patriarchy are persistent and continue to stifle women's progress in these spaces, refusing to recognize women beyond the required quotas and affirmative action. That being said, the architectural profession is key in the built environment. It's one profession that plays a central role in producing the designs for the spaces we live in and work in. If a structure does not turn out the way it is supposed to, or does not perform at the level that is expected to, then one must question the design process. So when you look around, especially in towns which are filled with your so-called heritage buildings, one can sense the masculinity that informed the designs in those buildings in those days. And you find women has a propensity to be more involved in the space of interior design. There has also been a low focus on landscape and architectural profession. This is a profession that has been growing over the years, and it is becoming more important in terms of ensuring that the spaces surrounding the buildings conform to the best practice in relation to design standards, but also ensure that buildings work in a sustainable fashion. There is therefore a value chain in the delivery of infrastructure. But my crucial point here is that we need to challenge the stereotype, and we need to engage with the Heritage Council on that masculinity that is still protected in the buildings that are the so-called heritage buildings. And who's best suited to do that besides women? I therefore implore the members of SACEP, I therefore implore the women in SACEP to go ahead and challenge this. Let us focus on the progression of the architectural profession for a moment, and the numbers tell a story. By the end of last year, 2020, there were 2,190 females registered as professionals with SACEP, in contrast to 7,211 registered males. This means females make up a mere 23% of registered professionals at SACEP. Also, there were 742 female candidate professionals, in contrast to 2,048 men. This means that female candidates make up 26%. If this is the rate at which we're going to continue, it means that struggle of ensuring equality is going to take not decades, but centuries. I therefore again invite all of us to design programs that challenge this scenario and deal progressively and decisively with this notion. These numbers can never be just left unattended. And therefore the skills pipeline strategy that is so much talked about in the industry and within our sector must talk to this and seek to address this anomaly. Through the strategy, yes, the department is awarding some bursaries, but even that, I want to argue, is not enough. We still have to find a very decisive way of dealing with this challenge. And I hope our panelists will help us mediate and confront this anomaly. Through the BUILD program spearheaded by CIDB, there will be a significant move toward expanding and upscaling the candidacy program, creating professional development opportunities for the unemployed youth. The CIDB skills for infrastructure delivery standard will ensure the availing of developmental budget through the delivery of infrastructure projects by clients throughout the three spheres of government. But we also need CBE, the Council for Built Environment, structured candidacy framework to be effectively directed to address and nurture the candidacy program. The Council recently completed a throughput study, which provides data about the skills pipeline from school level through to professional registration. The study notes that gender imbalance begins primarily at tertiary level, with female representation reducing from 56% at matric level to 26% at tertiary level. That is more than half a reduction of female representation. These percentages remain through the candidacy level. The lower percentage for professional registration tells a story of the major hurdles confronted by candidates and females in particular. And the throughput study further notes that whereas there are 62,700 students who enroll for studies in the built environment annually, on average, only 11,400, which is about 18%, get to complete the programs annually. This could be attributed to a number of issues, including financial difficulties and poor preparation at school level, a change of interest. The latter reason requires further probing to understand as to why persons would change their focus at tertiary level, whereas there was a clear intent in the beginning to study and attain a qualification. Financial difficulties and poor preparation at school level requires interventions to ensure students are supported. I would also want to invite the council to look at other countries' experiences. Germany starts molding the children at what they normally call kindergarten, which is commonly known as a creche. As children play, the caregivers are able, or the teachers are able to identify capacity and skill at creche. And that child is directed or channeled to the fields of study that that have been identified as their strong point at creche level. And therefore the rate of dropout is minimal because the child is doing what they love best. And therefore I do invite SACAP to take some time and look at what Germany is doing and see how and what interventions can be made in our country. You would have heard the news that the University of Cape Town has made history by being the first university in South Africa that will offer high school education. Students will be taught by people who are highly qualified, but also who understand the requirement of succeeding with university studies. There is hope, therefore, of seeing improvements in the throughput of students enrolled for studies in critical skills. And therefore, mine is more to invite ourselves to, as women, ensure that we are not left behind, to ensure that we address these anomalies, to assure that we contribute to the realization of what our constitution enjoins all of us to do, to create the South Africa where each person is able to perform at their best. In pursuance of government's economic transformation agenda, which is informed by this constitutional imperative as seen in the preamble, the founding provision of non-sexism and the Bill of Rights under Section 22, which guarantees the right for everyone to choose a trade, occupation, or profession that may be regulated by law. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure leverages its procurement spend to ensure empowerment and to enable opportunities for designated groups and small, medium, and micro enterprises. There are various empowering pieces of legislation. The preferential procurement regulations, as we speak, are being revised so as to ensure that the objects of the Act are realized. And as part of the economic recovery plan, the President of the Republic of South Africa pronounced that women-owned businesses should be targeted for preferential procurement. And in this regard, 40% of procurement spend has been set aside as the target for allocation to women-owned companies. The procurement regime does not allow for the use of pre-qualification criteria. This stems from the provision of the Constitution, which provides that organs of state must, when issuing contracts for goods and services, do so in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. But we do need to ensure that this fairness is interpreted to mean that those who have been disadvantaged must be affirmed, must be offered the opportunity. I will then, in going to a close, state that the BUILD program is derived from the promulgation of the CIDP Best Practice Project Assessment Scheme. The scheme declares two standards that are applicable to the program: the standard for indirect targeting for enterprise development through construction work, and the standard for developing school skills through infrastructure contract. As it is the Women's Month, issues of gender-based violence come into sharp focus. It is therefore crucial that state organs have a sexual harassment policy in place in order to protect employees against inappropriate behavior at the workplace. Some of this inappropriate behavior manifests in certain employees using their positions to extract sexual favors from others, either by promising them permanent employment opportunity when they are on contract, or certain favors that other fellow employees are not entitled to. Our department is working on its own sexual harassment policy to ensure that it can lead the sector in driving the protection of women within the workplace. And therefore, a program director, we need to ensure that our policies talk to what we want to realize. And this being Women's Month, and having met here as a team to look at, to celebrate Women's Month, but also to look at challenges faced by women, in encouraging and inculcating the spirit of determination. I will quote from a book written by Zubeida Jaffer, which is titled The Beauty of the Heart, the life and times of Charlotte Maxeke. In the book, there is a quote from the newspaper Umthetheli Wabantu, which was written in 1922. And the quote is in isiXhosa in the book, but for the benefit of the team gathered here this morning, allow me to interpret it as it is interpreted. And the quote, the poems reads: "This woman of the Manyuabeni, the female that rose under the mountain shade, the female buffalo that fights for the nation, by her habits and actions, she helps nations. She's a female that rose so much that even the merciless government became merciful." We, close quote. We need to be that buffalo woman that fights for the nation. And as we are gathered here in our respective rights as women, we need to take that spirit with us in confronting the challenges we face still and shouldering on in dealing with those challenges. May I once again, Program Director, take this opportunity to thank you, to thank SACAP for the invitation and to wish these deliberations all the best. I hope you understand that I am not in a position to have my duke and my lipstick and my everything else, because I'm on the side of the road, hard at work at the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. And unfortunately, where I am, I could not have access to all my regalia. But thank you once again for the invitation and all the best with your deliberations. Thank you one and all.
No, thank you so much, Mina Xolo. I really appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your talk and some of the things that you were highlighting regarding our percentages as women in occupying this architectural space. And it's also quite encouraging that you are really having an understanding about what our field is about. And I appreciate that you went back to actually showing where this whole Women's Day came from, and that there are some women that decided that they are not going to take the status quo as it is, but they're going to stand up for us to be able to pave a way for us going forward. We recognize your work as a leader in Parliament, as well as that of the minister. You know, we pray for you, and we pray for the minister, and we trust that we know that you'll be making the best decisions for us. And it was really quite exciting to have to hear that the minister and the deputy minister of public works are women. You know, we're like, okay, no, this is great, because we know that women are people of detail and analytical, so they'll be able to go into the details of things within our architectural space. I thank you once again, Ms. Noxolo. Yes, and then I can certainly, yes, ma'am. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, VP, for that. Yeah. I just want to check with the Honorable Deputy Minister that how much more time do you have with us? 5 more minutes or 10, if you allow me to ask?
My apologies. There's my phone ringing already. I'm attending a funeral also, which has already started, but I felt I needed to do this. Right. And I appreciate that. I know sometimes protocols say the political leaders speak last. I appreciate the fact that we were able to accommodate me by having me right at the beginning. The COVID-19 impact, we feel it. We feel it. It is, you would know that yesterday it was the memorial service of the CIDP CEO, yes. Who will be laid to rest in a few days' time. There is just death around us all the time. So I'm getting into a funeral because I still must drive there. It starts at 10, but at least I'll make the means to not be too late. But thank you very much for the opportunity once more.
May I request then, Honorable Deputy Minister, that before you go, just your 3 minutes that we flight the exhibition that we have of women in architecture, And even as you leave, you would have had a glimpse. I will flight it now.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
you can leave as we progress with that. Thank you.
Thank you for the honor. I will wait.
Okay. Thank you. Go for it, Councillor Mandisa.
Is it showing?
Yes, it is. I think you may need to click through if it's gonna loop slowly.
The slides are moving, VP?
Yes, they are. Lovely. We're looking here at House Pretoria in the Highveld by architect Buhle. And now we're looking at Cecilia Gray. And here she has a factory at Agrochem. And we're looking at some concept from House Karabo. And House Buso. And some 3Ds from House Buso as well from Cecilia. And then House Sidube. And then we have this installation at Jackson Tembu Drive. And then some work from Elmarie Basson and her portfolio of work. Yeah. And then the Gravitas at Zwurfontein. And some work from Michelle Heidemann. With the Moya Mika. And some work from Nijinka Boltus. Okay, from the Seven Mountains of God Ministries. It's a church.
We want to thank you, our Honorable Deputy Minister, that we will continue to share our work with the ministry. We are really honored that you could attend today. Even as you go to attend the funeral, may you have a good day. And as a key stakeholder and partner at SECAB, we'll carry forward the communication and conversations with the department. We know that you have put a challenge upon us, that you are available. We must put together programs that will promote the numbers and make sure that those numbers don't stay the same for women involvement in architecture. We'll take that challenge forward and surely come back to you. We're really honored to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Mandisa. Yeah, it was lovely to hear from her. Yes, you know, colleagues, I hope you'll all feel at ease today. You know, Councillor Mandisa did speak that this is the first time that we have a women's conference for SACAP, and that we are hoping to have, you know, a more engaging discussion. This is your platform as we go on. We'd like you to, as we go on, to speak freely and to partake. It's very valuable. We have some of our council members as well that have joined us today, and I think what is also awesome is having the architectural students that are here today. Okay, well, I will introduce myself. My name is, as I'd said, is Letshabisa Shongwe, and I'm a practicing architect. I have a practice that I run, which is ArcLive Architects, that has been around for a while. I got my professional registration in 2011. And just to lead you into a bit of some insight, you know, for me to start my practice, I was retrenched. I was part of the architects at Soccer City. I was part of a very big firm. And yes, we should be able to speak truthfully, you know, and then it happened, the door closed. And I realized that, you know, when one door closes, you buy a door and you make a table, and I made a table. And I've been there ever since. And I've just been moving from strength to strength and gaining more confidence within the space. I serve on the SACAP board, which is council, which is an awesome place to be. It's so much fun being a part of council and being a council member. And for the first time in the history of SACAP, we had the most women in council that has ever been there. And I get to serve with awesome and honorable Councillor Mandisa as well. And from time to time, we call each other on matters of council, but also from time to time on matters of practice. I respect her a lot. I find that she's very bright and quite analytical. And, you know, sometimes when I'm thinking a solution is that way, then she comes with this viewpoint that no, council, actually the solution is this way. So I just want to also cast light on to tell you about how council works. And it's important to understand a bit how council works and how SACAP works, which will also show you that there's a place and a platform for yourself in the future to be a members of council. It's not an incredible secret to be able to be there. But as time goes on and you're going through your profession, and you don't realize that you're gaining some momentum, or people are coming to hear about you, and you get to be nominated into these spaces. And I found myself during interim fourth term that we were nominated and placed there by the minister, and I said, absolutely, yes, let's do this. And in the interim fourth term, that's when I was unanimously elected as president. I didn't even see that coming. Nobody said. We were just sitting around the table doing a meeting, and then I was elected, and I didn't realize that while I was being passionate, some saw it as that I was leading. So that's also another thing about being passionate and bringing what's on the inside out and onto the table. And we went on to having to change and help SACAP to transition into a more governable SACAP and put structures in place. And yes, it was the interim fourth term, which came to an end a year and a half later, and I passed the baton on to my president now, who is President Charles Nduku, and we work closely as I'm VP and he is president. And when we're sitting in council and all the councillors, decisions are made in council. It is a robust discussion, and ideas come and resolutions are made, and these resolutions are passed to the registrar and they're minuted by the secretariats, and then the SACAP, which we'll call it the company of SACAP, they work on these things and they make them happen, and that's how decisions get to be passed on. I also have the lovely position of being a chairperson of the professional fees. You know, I was like, what, me? Okay, now this is awesome. What What a huge title to carry, meaning that I sit on the committee that is responsible for bringing about the annual fees that get published every year. You know, when I was still younger in my profession, well, now I'm 41, but I was still younger. I used to wonder who is making these decisions, who are the forefathers. But now we are the forefathers, and then in a couple of years there'll be more foremothers coming through into these spaces. So I also have I also carry the interim chairperson of stakeholder, which is all of this relationship building committee. And decisions are made in these committees that you chair, meaning your ideas come through from there and they get resolved there, and they come through to council, and the council they go back to be made action by the registrar. Okay. Yes, and then I think I would love to bring us into this next session, which is the next session that's going to be a panel by the female students of architecture. We have with us Ms. Rahima, we have with us Ms. Khotso, we have with us Ms. Shannon, we have with us Ms. Tulisile, and we have with us Ms. Hope and Ms. Savinia and Ms. Dineo. I think it's just, it's really awesome to have you here. I mean, there was a time that we used to just dream to be able to participate in some of these panels. You just didn't even know how you get to be a part of it. So I would like you to take the floor, ladies, and to tell us, firstly, maybe what made you come into architecture, and then talk about, you know, the challenges that you're finding in being an architectural student. And as time goes on, we'll also talk about some of your proposed solutions, because I'm sure that in each and every single one of you, you do have some solutions to some of your issues. And maybe those are the kind of things that we can take and try and solve within SACAP and within the profession. Okay, I'll hand it over to anybody who will just grab the mic.
I don't mind grabbing the mic.
No,
Hello.
You go right ahead. No, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm
good, thanks. And how are you?
Yes,
Oh,
lovely
Dineo.
to see you.
Hi, Dineo.
Yes,
Yeah, no, Makoto, you may go on.
Yeah,
Thank you
look,
very much.
take the floor, feel at ease, you know, put your feet up. If you're sitting on your bed, you know, feel at ease, you know, because I'm doing my thing today. I got my hair thing going on. I got my lovely weave, you know, I'm an architect and we're doing this. So go right ahead.
My name is Khotso Lamola, but Khotso is preferable.
Okay.
I'm a UCT master student. And I think I came about wanting to be an architecture student because kind of delved into two spaces that I'm really interested in, which is the scientific and the artistic. And I really was interested in how we make spaces to belong and how we make spaces for people that look like me, that are me, that, you know, so I was very interested in that. Yeah, and I'm very happy to be here. Dineo?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
Great. Hey.
Hi, Makoto. It's actually, and everyone present, to the counselor, Mandisa, thank you so much, to us, Ms. Habisa Shongwe, and to all the representatives of SACAP that have hosted this awesome event. I actually know Makoto from high school and even post that from university. So it's such an honor and a privilege to be here with such great minds and just all the attendees, everyone who's attending today. So I'm Dineo More from Pretoria, Soshanguve. I'm also a master's architecture student. And like Makoto mentioned, I think I also had in high school an affinity towards the sciences and the artistic. And even though I didn't know exactly what I was getting into and getting into architecture, it kind of seemed like the right fit. But maybe just to get into what I would like to share today, and that my colleagues will also add on to. I think for me, the biggest challenge getting into, like I said, the space that I wasn't quite sure what I'm doing, but kind of seemed like the right place to be, was the idea of my identity in this space, which I didn't know, was, or is perhaps, and, to be honest and blunt, white and male, right? And I come in this space as Black and female, but I don't want to dwell on that today. But instead of that being a challenge in the form of trying to navigate myself within my identity, it became a challenge in a positive way of saying, what does that mean? What does it mean for me? Because I believe, we are, a microcosm of our communities. And even in the profession we represent, our identity, right? So, but what does that mean for me today? And as a student, I think even in my undergrad, I struggled a lot with that, navigating myself, what is my sound? What is my voice? What does it look like to be, a Black aspiring architect? And I think the word that came to me, and much later on, and at least now that I'm doing my master's, and I'm glad, because I'd taken kind of a break between coming back, because I struggled a little bit. And the word that came to me was to harmonize. Oh, harmony. And I love music, and Akoto will probably know this because we sang together as well. But I love music, and in music, harmony is two or three notes that are sung simultaneously, right? But to create what we perceive as like the thing that gives us goosebumps, it's because of kind of the joining or aligning of those three notes. And, each and every one of them is important in completing that chord structure, right? So I wanted to think about that. So something I'm passionate about, and architecture, which I'm passionate about, in the same way, to say, my role as a female is to harmonize, is to bring completion, is to make whole, what can be discord or dissonance in music, right? So I don't know what that means. And I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that's my challenge in saying, how do I, in a profession that is white and male, or male in the context of the conversation that we're speaking about, how do I don't want to, equality becomes kind of problematic, because it's, I don't know, not problematic, but I'm not sure if, I don't know, but harmony for me is about completion, is about saying, I'm not asking for permission. I essentially belong, and I need to understand how and where do I bring that completion and that harmonizing. Yeah, that's me. And that's kind of just where I'm at. And because we know, like, doesn't matter what background you come from, like if a child falls, or if someone gets hurt, we all scream, "You're my way," and we rely on our mothers in that moment to bring completeness to our pain, to bring harmonization to our state of pain. And instead of, our mothers being like, yeah, being macho, they soothe us, they heal us, they rub a balm over us. And I believe that that's what we as female architects ought to do. Instead of wanting to equalize, it's about completing. It is about singing our notes, making our sound, in completing this discord that we see that exists in our country in many spheres, but even in our profession, and say, how do we bring with our nature, with our spirit, because we look at these things as opposites, male and female, but they are one, they are two parts of one thing. So if, the left brain is more attached to logic and science and all of that, the right brain, which you can say is the feminine brain, is more attached to imagination and spirit. And we've always thought of science and spirit to be, at odds with one another, but they complete one another. So
Okay.
that's my challenge in how even the architectural schools themselves, like, I think that my challenge for me has been, do schools even create a space for us to interrogate ourselves, our identity, and how to represent our, as a microcosm of our communities, of our histories, of our backgrounds, in not just architectural space, but in everything that we do. So
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, lovely hearing from you and hearing your thoughts. It's great to hear that you're in Pretoria. I'm in Pretoria as well. So it's lovely that we get to meet like this, Yeah, lovely. Okay, now that's good. And let's hear from the next architecture student. Thanks,
I'll
Danelle.
go next.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rahima. I am
Hi,
also
Rahima.
a Master of Architecture student with Khotso. I'm in the same class as her.
Okay.
So like my reasons for sort of getting into architecture are, I think it's not like just it's not just one specific reason. I think it's more like a threefold reasoning. The first reason I think was I had an uncle who was an architect long time ago, and I sort of grew up exposed to what he did and how he thought about things and how he worked, and that's sort of in my childish mind sort of influenced me from a young age. And then also sort of growing up as a female Muslim Indian, it was kind of implied that if you are not a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer, what you do sort of doesn't really matter. Those are kind of the only three professions that really sort of mean anything. And like in my family, my brother's a doctor, my sister's a lawyer, my dad's a lawyer. So I sort of had this inclination to not be the same. And architecture sort of just presented itself to me as something, like Khotso said, was creative, but also a little bit scientific. And that was attractive to me in a potential profession. And then also I have a background in martial arts as well. So my whole life I sort of grew up in these spaces, these like Japanese spaces that are all about healing and harmony and reflection. And as I got older, being in these sorts of spaces so much made me think, what makes these spaces harmonious? What makes these spaces, what makes it what they are? What makes them make me feel the way I feel in them? And then that sort of steered me towards, the architecture field and designing spaces that make people feel a certain way and not just, building walls for the sake of building walls. And that's a big part of what my master's research is about this year. But yeah, those are just the three main reasons for me, doing architecture. It's more of a on a personal identity level as a Muslim female Indian in Cape Town, living in Cape Town. And then also on a more cultural and educational, artistic and scientific level, and the two of them juxtapositioning themselves in architecture. Yeah, I think that's it for me. My reasons for doing architecture.
Okay. Well, Rahima, firstly, thanks for that bit of background about yourself. And it was also interesting that you throw that aspect about yourself, that you're also doing into martial arts. I think those are the lovely layers that show us that we're not one-dimensional people, that there's more aspects to all of this. So it's great that you can pack a punch as well. Yeah, hopefully we never really need to, but it's good. And what have you found to be the challenges of architecture, studying architecture, if there are any?
I personally haven't experienced any challenges specific to being a female architecture student, to be honest. My biggest challenges that I think I've faced I sort of faced when I was in my 2 years of internship, working in practice, where, you know, I'm sure everyone here has worked as an architect can relate to, you know, not being taken seriously on construction sites and having men sort of completely treat you as invisible, you know, and those sorts of things. And I find, you know, this kind of space really, really important, because it sort of gives you the confidence to say, you know what, you're treating me as invisible, but I have the power to speak up and say, you know what, I'm here, look at me, and what I am saying is important. And when I was working for those 2 years, to be honest, sadly, I didn't have that confidence. So when people treated me that way, I sort of just like let them. And now doing my master's and hopefully starting to work next year, I would hopefully want to change that. I think this is sort of the first step towards doing that. But yeah, like I said, I don't really think I've had any challenges specific to being a female architecture student. I don't know if anyone else has. That would be interesting. I don't know if Khotsa has anything else to add, but personally, I don't think I've experienced anything specific in the architecture, in the world of studying architecture specific to being a woman.
Okay. No, well, thanks for that insight, because it's also okay not to have any challenges. It doesn't mean that you don't have it tough or whatever, but perhaps it's also your perspective. But thanks. Yeah. And then I don't know, can we hear maybe from Hope and Sivania?
I would like to answer Rahima, but I would love to also meet.
Yes, go on.
Her. Sorry, Spaniard. Apologies. I would love to hear from you guys as well. But I just wanted to say, in terms of challenges of being a woman in a space that's deeply patriarchal and is built on Eurocentric ways of thinking about space. I mean, you think of the Vitruvian Man and you think of Le Corbusier's 6-foot man. That has absolutely nothing to do with us as architects. And I think something I don't know if it's a challenge, I think it's a lesson I learned, was that I will never actually be able to keep up with that narrative of patriarchal and Eurocentric views, being an African, being a woman, being, you know, a Black woman, being in Cape Town, in a past colonial city. You know, there's a lot that you are engaging with, and the anxiety is to try and keep up with that. And I think in my master's project, I really tried to work with an ethic, not necessarily a position of not trying to perpetuate that narrative, but complicate that narrative with my identity and everything, the substance that is me. And I think it is maybe a bit controversial and maybe a bit provocative to try and say, like, I'm inserting myself into the space. But I think if more women architects start inserting themselves in ways that are not the norm, that don't answer to patriarchal and Eurocentric views, but rather be audacious enough and vigorous enough to insert their own narratives, there will be a more complicated understanding about what spatial practice is. And when I say complicated, I mean something that is a little bit more not prescriptive, but rather guided, something that everybody can find a space in, be it a woman, be it someone who is non-binary, or be it someone who is from a middle-class background or from a working-class background. A complication of the narrative around spatial understandings bring about so much more avenues to empowerment for so many more people. So it is about being a little bit audacious about how we take on what is being offered to us, and saying no to it, yes, but also offering ourselves as the solution and the alternative. So that's my kind of lesson, not really a challenge, but a lesson from being faced with that sort of those sort of encounters in professional and academic spaces.
Okay. No, thanks, Hope. Thank you. I like that activist approach, and thanks a lot for your comments. Yeah. Is there anybody else that would like to come through to say anything?
Yes. Oh, you can go.
Oh, okay. My name is Tulisile Sitole. I'm from the University of KwaZulu-Natal doing my 5th year master's in architecture. So what brought me into architecture is actually very like not really a sad story. It was just through life experience. Like I grew up like with nothing. I come from nothing basically. So you know, when you go to the city for the first time and you see all these big things that you've never seen before, and like you get to experience like an indoor toilet, and you're just shocked that like people have stuff like that. So it was just something to take back and, you know, just to become something that has never been there in your community before, and to be able to offer solutions for better living, basically, for better living conditions for back home. So that was mainly my drive. So going into architecture from a rural place, number one, it was just different. It's the English, the how lectures are presented, the books we read. I understood nothing from those books. And now that I'm doing masters, I realized that like actually all those European and all those ideas from everywhere else in the world don't really define like what African architecture is. And for me now, it's just to maybe put like for, especially with my thesis, I'm trying to put forward new thinking that accommodates rural people, like how we read spaces maybe in a way that we can identify with, because there's a way that African people read spaces like traditionally, and it has to be understood and put out there as information to be used to design spaces for African people. So yeah, that's I don't say it's a challenge, but like it's just providing new ways of thinking other than what's been put forward in front of us, basically. And also what I struggled with mostly, because when I came back for masters, I was pregnant. It was the assumption that sometimes that I'm less capable of doing stuff just because I'm in that position. Like it used to frustrate me so much because I was looked at like someone who can't really do more than anyone else, and everyone will be shocked when you put forward like a full body of work, and they're like, oh my God, how did you do it? Just because you are pregnant. So like I feel like there needs to be some form of education put there to just make people understand that just because maybe as females we go through specific things in our lives does not make us less capable of doing stuff and being capable of producing amazing things and putting forward new ideas. I just found that the working culture in architecture school can be very inhospitable for females, but it's something that maybe that could be dealt with like in schools internally. But yeah, but like that's just my experience. And also just to add on everything that everyone was saying, it's just that maybe some of the things are not really there are problems to us, But I've learned that sometimes you just need to like prove to people. I know I don't know, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing that we always have to prove ourselves, but sometimes you just have to. I've been a person who kicks down closed doors just to go in. So I don't look at life like if it's a challenge, I always find a way. I just believe that as women, we are capable of more than what the world perceives. And if there's a way, you kick those doors down and you just walk through, and you make it known that you have arrived. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, Julie, that makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate that you came through all this way, and that you're at your master's level, meaning that you're an aspirant architect, and soon we'll be hearing from you. You know, and like you say, I mean, people like yourselves, you have a lot to share, and we look forward to your development. And thanks for joining us, and for kicking those doors down. Yeah, you're a superwoman, and you were doing it and you were pregnant, so that is very super. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. I think we have a question from Dineo. Do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't necessarily a question, but just to maybe not add, but just to comment on what Thulisile shared. And I think it's so important what she just shared, because I think that is quite spot on in terms of, you know, our experiences through the different facets of our lives and stuff like that. But I was thinking, just, you know, as you were speaking, that, you know, we see being a nurse or being a doctor or even a teacher as a calling or a vocation, but I'm starting to think of architecture in the same way, or you know, any interventions in terms of like the built environment by women, you know, because of our very nature, you know. So yeah, I think it's important that, you know, like I said earlier on, that, you know, she is a representation of where she comes from, and her coming into, you know, that Durban or city space, and to inquire even for solutions for her background, makes it a vocation, makes it a calling, and, you know, one that we need to, I think, and of course we are here, but take seriously, but even, you know, kick down doors. So I just wanted to agree with what you just shared. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thanks, Dineo. And yeah, no, we also have a big powwow from Tirunaveli, Miss Tiru, I think, yes, Tirunaveli, Pillay to Miss Sithole. We have a question here. Before I give it to Sivania Naidu, we have a question here that says, how can you make women visible and assist young girls to realize their goals in architecture? Maybe Sivania, you can answer that.
Hi, yeah. So you asked about how we can make
How
women
can you
more
make
visible.
visible and assist young girls to realize their goals in architecture?
I think for me, I related a lot to Rahima's story because I come from an Indian background, and most of the men in our family always regarded architecture as this predominantly male faculty or field. And it was always looked upon like, how are you going to make a living in this field? Like, how are you going to provide, or how are you going to even make a name for yourself or a career? And it was so astonishing to me that like we've progressed so far in terms of like females in not only the architecture field, but in like many other fields, that we still have this idea that, yes, I understand that it is, but that it is mainly male and all of this, but we have to also look at the females that are in the field and that are representing all of us and that are making a name and making it more possible for younger females to be like, hey, I could do this. Like I could actually influence or use architecture as a tool in the world and actually influence other people and society. And that maybe we need to have like this discussion in this platform is such an amazing place to start with it and bring in more people of saying, hey, let's talk about how we can change the way other people see it. Not only in the field, but I think also in communities, conversations need to be had about that this is not the only thing that is going on, that it might be the main or the dominating image that is there, but it is not the only thing that is there. So I think by having these sort of platforms where we can engage with other people and show people that, you know what, females are here, we are doing amazing things in the field. It's a bit sad to see that we've come so far, yet people are still, yeah, I don't know. It's just my
Exactly.
opinions there.
Yeah. No, well, great, Sivani, and don't feel shy about your opinion. We appreciate that you're here with us today. And I see that you're in the same class or school of architecture with Hope as well. But that you decided that you're just gonna go for it. And I'm sure you were looked on like you are not well, that you're gonna pursue architecture. And I could certainly believe that every time you come back with a project and they suddenly see these amazing drawings, you know, they get a bit shocked. Like, did you did this?
Like, what? And I think what
You
was
did this?
also a big thing is because they kept on asking me like, how long is your degree? And I was like, no, it's gonna take 6 years for me to like qualify properly. And then they were like, you know, it's taking you 6 years. Why don't you just become a doctor? And I'm like, I don't want to be a doctor, except what I would like to do and accept my passion. Like, you know, if I wanted to become a doctor, I would have gone into that field, but I didn't. I chose architecture for a reason. And yeah.
But you will see as time goes on, they will be having bragging rights about you. I saw that with my father. When I wanted to study architecture, he's a QS, and he said, "Oh no, you're gonna fail. That thing is hard. You're not gonna make it. I work with architects. You're not gonna make it." Now he's the one who I get to secretly hear from my siblings that he's busy powwow. You know, my daughter back there is an architect now. She's doing this at St. Capon. This is awesome. So it all just comes around after all. So you don't even need to worry. It's a mystery now, but in time you'll be their topics at their social circles. Thanks. Yeah, no, lovely. Then let's move on to Hope. Hope is also she's from Wits. I think she's your classmate or your schoolmate.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
we actually the younglings of the panel. I think we're still in honors. So what actually drove me to study architecture was another stereotypical division in the career world, which is I intended to actually become a plumber first in high school. And telling people this, they're always like, what woman isn't plumber? Well, you're going to be the one going in people's bathrooms and pipes and whatever. And I think that then led me to architecture, which is kind of the broader scope of the industry and looking at it as a whole. And going into the working world and working from the first company I worked at was very male dominated. And I was the only woman that was working there for a couple of months. And then I completely changed environments to a more dominant woman working environment with very few males. And to be honest to say, it wasn't much of a change, because I think what is really important is whether you are working for a space where people motivate you or you're working in a space where others are trying to bring you down. And like we mentioned yesterday with the briefing, I think it's very important for it to be a role that is played by both parties. A male can't be successful without a female and vice versa. And in the world of architecture, I think it's something that should definitely be one of its main focal points. And looking across at different stuff, and I came across in 2017, there was an opinion piece by Danish architect Dorte Mandram, where she said, "I'm not a female architect, I am an architect." And that was quite important, because if we look at our degree certificates or whatever, it doesn't say male architect or female architect, you are an architect. And what was quite interesting is, was they say in other divisions like accountants or lawyers, you don't get titled a female accountant or a female lawyer. You are an accountant or a lawyer. So I think the term female architect needs to be banished, and we need to stop being the other and become what we are meant to be. So I think that's quite an important thing.
Yeah, well, I hope you just said something that is just, gee, it actually is like very obvious. Yes, you're an architect first, and you just so happen to be female. And I think if one wears that throughout your entire profession, you'll tend to actually even start to see just the challenges of architecture and the solutions, and not to also have to wear even, you know, that heavy thing that comes with what they say women are struggling with, but then you're able to just push forward because you're an architect. You're the solution bearer. You are the convener of the project and the convener of the team. Yes, and I think now that we have most of the students have spoken, you can still come in a little later. I think not least, but very importantly, the people who help you throughout your progression at school, and that we have a panelist with us, and that's Ms. Amina Kaskar. She's a lecturer, and yes, we'd like you to take the platform. Ms. Amina, I hope you're still with us, and you can.
Apologies, VP.
Yes.
Apologies, VP. Even
Okay.
as Amina gets ready, you're welcome, Amina. We have Ms. Shannon Morges from one of the students who hasn't spoken. So even as Amina is about to come through, thanks.
Okay. All right. No, thanks a lot for that, Councillor Mandisa. Yes, I think let's have Ms. Shannon to take the floor, and then importantly the lecturer, meaning the giver of all of this education and knowledge, and then she'll speak lastly after the students. Go right ahead, Shannon.
Good morning to everyone.
Hi, Shannon.
I'm currently studying my honours at DUT, and I think what inspired me to study architecture was more from the art side of things. So I went to an all-female school, and at our school we actually didn't get offered to do EGD, because we were just told that there weren't enough females that were actually interested in that field. And so straight out the bat, it was almost like engineering wasn't typically a woman's sort of subject to do. And so my inspiration for architecture came more from the art side of things. But I think that a struggle for me in architecture has been this mindset of going into studying architecture thinking that it has been a male-dominated profession. And then going into university and having a class where there were more males than females. And so I think that from this, it's important that universities don't echo these thoughts of these underlying worldviews that it is a male-dominated profession. And I think that they need to be more conscious of the way that they accept students and go about these ratios. Because I can even say that when I started working and actually went into the working world, I felt grateful and fortunate that I was in an environment where I wasn't discriminated against based on gender, and where I was treated equally to the males in the workplace. And that just sort of showed me that subconsciously I had expected otherwise. And so I think for me, the challenge was really changing that mindset, and it's still an ongoing struggle. But I think that we need to really see where this sort of issue stems from.
Shannon, I appreciate your commentary, and it's great that we also have the undergrads as well, because you know, it's a continuous journey, and yeah, and thanks for saying your words. And remain in the profession. We need people like yourselves to also bring different aspects and viewpoints in projects. Diversity is everything. Yeah, so that's awesome. Yeah, and I would like us to move on to Amina. She's a lecturer, and I'd like to hear what she has to say. I have never lectured, but gosh, lecturers work hard. You know, I thought that I work hard, you know, but until I have from time to time the opportunity to do some external examining for 3 days. I'll tell you, my first time of external examining, I came there wearing heels, and heels are great. But then the following day, I was like, no, this place needs side boots. and I wore boots. And just in those 2 days, I was like, you know, I had a totally new, further found more respect for the lecturers of architecture and how they get to know everyone and their abilities and who they are and their backgrounds. So Amina, you go right ahead. People like yourselves have made us. And yeah, you are honored, and thanks for being part of SECAP.
No,
Yes.
thank you so much for having me. I think it's so inspiring every year when Women's Month comes around, and to have sort of forums and discussions like this, and also hearing all the very well articulated issues that the students have posed. I think it's always just refreshing to bring back that discussion and start hearing. I mean, this is the future generation of architects, and I think their voices are very important to hear. And I think we can hear sort of just how active and agent they are in what they're saying. So I think that's really great. And I think it also allows me to start sort of being reflective and introspective in sort of my own experiences in both studying, and it sort of brings back so many memories, because you can sort of see the huge amount of growth and change that has happened in the profession and within the institution. But there's still so many things that are so similar and familiar, which is unfortunate. And I'm very glad that you guys say that you haven't had experiences where gender has been a challenge, which is, I think, a very fortunate space to be in, because I can say from myself, I studied at Wits and now lecture at Wits. I think I always found the architectural professional space something that I was very uncomfortable being in, and there was something very unnerving and uneasy about it, and I could never figure out why. And I think moving into practice, this sort of was a blessing in a way, because it allowed me to see the city and see my architectural practice through a new lens that allowed me to challenge myself. I knew I didn't want to be part of sort of this commercial way of thinking, this very sort of linear employment structure that many of the practices have. I knew I wanted to engage with the city in more marginal spaces, contested spaces, and engage with what Thulisile said about knowledge systems that are not well, they should be commonplace because they exist in the vast majority of our population, but knowledge systems that are based in indigenous practices and based in migrant practices, based in what we call other practices that are not sort of mainstream architecture, which so this is the space that I've been working in, and I think it's sort of overcoming the challenge of being a woman of color in mainstream architecture and trying to find a space for myself, which also links to what a lot of you said about identity, coming from a Muslim, Indian, South African background, engaging with my family in specific spaces within the home, within the city, and acknowledging the fact that a lot of these dynamics weren't apparent in the classroom and weren't coming out of what we were learning, and trying to sort of engage what I would bring to that space. And yeah, I think it's amazing because I mean, there's challenges in that the spaces that we want to engage in the city resurface the challenges women have in the city, in that sometimes those are not safe spaces to be in. So we are limited in our access to knowledge in some ways, but in other ways, we're sort of blessed with this fact that we can engage with other women within the city in a very familiar and very one-to-one sort of relational experience, which I think that's always really lovely. In my own work at the moment, I'm finding it it's not an architect or an academic speaking to the woman on the street, but it's just woman to woman speaking about our daily experiences, which has been really nice to tackle. And I think that's the way the future of architecture is heading, in terms of a diverse diverse range of women's voices, diverse in age, in occupation, in class, in race, in religion, and how we can sort of, I've heard a term called togethering difference. So instead of othering our differences, but togethering our differences to bring about our unique perspectives. So architecture can be broader and wider. At the moment, I'm looking at the stories of migrant women in space. And I think that's just been so exciting for me, because it brings about so many questions about knowledge systems that are intergenerational and inherited from our grandparents, and how we can situate ourselves within the profession that's not limited. And I think my sort of message to the students is that you shouldn't feel limited sort of in the space that you create for yourself, because I think there is an alternative space in which we can exist that expresses our voices and our concerns and our challenges. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amina, with what you just said. And I just wrote down the word togethering. In fact, I put a hashtag next to it. I don't know why, but I appreciated that. And you're right that, you know, sometimes you do wish the cities would be safer spaces for women. And I think one of our those are one of our big concerns. I remember when I was still in my junior years working, and you'd be sent out to a site on a project and then, you know, take pictures or whatever. And then one of the things that I hated, and I still don't like even to this day, is you get to site and then you'd be wolf whistled upon, you know, and then you just like, jeepers. But as interesting enough, then I came, as my confidence grew in my profession and my space, then I came to realize that, wait a minute, okay, I think I'm going to try something. When I got to site, then I decided I'm going to start to greet everyone. Yes, one should not be wolf whistled upon. You have a right not to. But I thought, if I come in and I'm like, good morning, Baba, good morning, sir, good morning, Buti, good morning, good morning, good morning. They're all like, yeah, this mama just greeted us. And then you're not wolf whistled upon. And then they just carry on with their bricklaying and their brick building. So, okay, then I realized, okay, does it mean that people want to be acknowledged when you come onto site? Is it just the wolf whistling? Is it because they just want your attention? I said, okay, now let me give them that attention when I get there, and I'll greet everyone. Yes, good morning, good morning, good morning. And then they just carry on with their plastering, because you have kind of, you know, melted away that mystery that they have when they see a female coming onto site, and then they don't mind you after all. So I think those are some of the things that, a female, an architect who is a woman, when you come onto that site, you own it. It's your project. You don't come in there and then you're feeling, oh goodness, I've been looked at. No, come in there and say your hellos if you like you would do normally in any other project, in a boardroom or whatnot have you, and you'll soon come to realize that you'll come and go and nobody's going to notice you. So those are some of the tools that I started having, and they began to work. Yeah. Okay. Well, we are now coming to about Councillor Mandisa. Yes, we are. Oh, jeepers, we're about a minute after our sessions with the students. I think if there's any other participants, I can see that there are comments coming through from Nina. Is it Penina or is it Nina Wood? where she's also sending a power out to ladies, and there's commentary from Clara Cruz. In fact, she says a 1-year parental leave shared by both parents, that'll be great liberation, you know, for world work, which is also would be great. You know, imagine if we actually had, you know, some government support type of thing that would give you that, and then it would be great, because one of I will tell you, when it comes to parental leave, I will speak from my experience. I just had a baby. She's 1 now. My first child. I'm 41, and as an architect, and for the first time, I felt so disenfranchised. I felt, no, wait a minute. Men can carry on and design, and then I have to sit and do nothing. I was mortified for the first month, 2 or 3 months after she was born. I was happy that she was there, but I felt this thing. But I realized that at the end of the day, you are a mother, you are a woman, and you just have to let go and know that this is the season for this baby, and then later on you'll get back to the season of being a practitioner, because you always feel like, oh gosh, others are running ahead and here I am sitting in there running faster than me. Like one of the speakers always said something like, it always felt like no, it was you, Amina, you felt like this is something that you're missing. And I had that same feeling when I was studying architecture. It seemed like everybody else knew what was going on. You know, everybody else knew the technology. In fact, maybe even the males. But you came to realize that the longer you are in the profession, the more you start to pick up, and then you start knowing the terminology, and then your confidence also grows, and then you're like, okay. Before you know it, you look back and you're like, okay, I'm mastering this thing. I'm becoming the master of this thing. And Councillor Mandisa said something so important, and she said, the more knowledge you give yourself and you equip yourself, reading up on the contracts, JVCCs, and the legal aspect of our profession, is the more confidence you get, and you come to then realize that I thought I had issues, but I actually don't, after knowing the information. Information is everything, and that's what's going to give you your own self-respect, and you will actually worry less. Yes, Program Director, I don't know if you want to say anything.
Thank you, VP. Thank you for this panel. It was great. We really appreciate the input, specifically to the students and Amina. It was really great to have you contributing this way. You are an important part of the profession. And with what the VIP had said, is that people struggle with confidence. And I was listening to SAFM one time, and someone said, how do you build confidence? They said competence brings confidence. So we need to master our craft. We'll be good at what we do. And when you are good at what you do, are competent, your voice can be heard and you can challenge the status quo. So we really appreciate this. And also to the broader attendees, we invited most institutions. This is not which institution was important than the other. And some of the head of departments did not respond. So we had to literally make calls to get students to be involved. So we didn't handpick certain institutions. All institutions were invited. We were specific on the years of education, but we managed to get the students that we got today. And your contribution, it has been very significant to SACAP. We appreciate that. So I believe that this session is then closed, VP.
Yes, and then we still have some time here, Councillor Mandisa, and I want to hear from Marianne Harrison, and I want to hear what Mapula Maponya has to say, and then we also have Magdalene Naidu, and there's Liesel, and there's and then there's Miss Judith, who joins us from time to time on some of our panels here at SACAP, and there's Giti. There are a lot of people, and there's Zonica, and there are also a couple of males. I mean, we had I don't know if Councillor Kevin is here, and we have Johan, Johan, you're a male, I think, because of the name Johan. Maybe I should not assume. You see, we keep talking about this assumption stuff. Let's not assume. Please, if any attendee would like to say something, can they? Mr. Munetsi? Mr. Munetsi is our I2 super specialist. Are they able to? Are they able to come through and be able to speak? Councillor Mandisa, do you know?
We
Yes,
can allow.
yes, we can.
Yes, we
Okay.
can allow.
we
We
can-
have. Okay, Munetsi, you can speak.
Yes.
Yeah, we can allow them if you want.
Okay. All right. Well, yes, attendees, please do. This is not just a thing of necessarily the audience. And look, this is your architecture. And thanks for attending. We have even Olga Mhlongo, and we have Pamela, Jordan, and Paolo. So say you say.
Yes, VP, even as they do, we will give that session just 5 minutes, and then
Yes,
we
yes.
move to Tanzania. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Are
Anybody?
we able to raise our hands? We will watch, or a person can just unmute.
Yeah. Anyone? Nina, you've made a couple of comments, and Clara, you also had some comments here. Can you say something?
All right, I have Mapula first. Mapula, you can unmute, and
Oh, great.
Yes,
There we go.
I can see your hands.
Go for it, Mapul. Mapula, go for it.
Munetsi, is Mapula unmuted? Are they able to unmute themselves? Mapula,
You
unmute.
can go ahead.
Yes, I just unmuted. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
my name is Mapula Maponya. I studied at TUT in 2004. Yeah, 2005, sorry. So I started at the Soshanguve campus. Then I'm part of the group that actually experienced the merging of the universities with the University of Technologies. So the merging was quite drastic, that as a woman or a lady from a township university going to a university in going to the main campus, it was quite a difficult merging, that we were less recognized. I think myself as a woman, because we were like two of us from the township university that went to the main campus. And I must say, throughout the journey, I think we did our BTech for about 2 years. Yeah, I did my BTech for 2 years. And just through that journey, I kept on telling myself that, you know what, I'm not gonna go back and do my master's, because I always thought that I'll push and finish my master's before I go full-time working. But the way things were going at the university and also at work, I felt like, am I in the right industry or what? Because, you know, as a woman, you were just so belittled. So I got such an encouragement by one of the, I forgot this other lead, Cecilia Chinga, that do not let anything pull you down. You are here where you are because of the passion and the enthusiasm that is within you. So push and push, because this is your career and no one else can carry it for you. And I must say, I am considering to go back to university next year to study my master's. So I'm really encouraged. And at the moment, I'm working with a team of guys. I'm the only lady in the team. And I feel very encouraged. And yes, the challenges are there, but what Mrs. Shongwe said, that, you know what, you need to bulldoze, push those doors. Yes, we need to, we are actually dealing with men egos in these industries, and the time to massage them is not there. But we need to understand that we are worth more than that. So I've learned quite a lot that as women, we shouldn't have this stigma of having the title of saying we are women in architecture, but we are actually architects in this industry, and we need to just push and show that we are more than what maybe they are looking at. So yeah, I'm quite encouraged with everyone who presented, and I'm looking forward to registering next year. So thank you for all the encouragement, Dineo, Shannon. Thank you guys. You really encouraged me so much.
Well, Cecile, I must say, Mapule, I appreciate that you have done your 360 and you're realizing that the future's up for the taking, and you should go for it. And I appreciate that Cecilia helped to cast light. I know her, I have encountered her, and she helped to cast light in your journey. She was a registrar at SACAP long time ago. Currently, we have our current registrar, which is Advocate Fiduli. And I find that we were very, very well with him. He's a very respecting gentleman. And and he takes my ideas. You know, when I was president, and I'll call him and I'm like, registrar, listen, then. It's like, yes, yes, president, listen, consider it done. You know, it's at the end of the day, like Councillor Manisa always keeps saying, and she says, no, you know the content, you will be fine. You know, when you get to your meetings, and I know somebody will look at you and they'll wonder, are you the architect? And then then you'll get that look. It's not a nice look, but I don't care about these looks. And then you get there, but the moment you open your mouth and then you speak about the work and how you engage all the other engineers, like as you should, as the leader of this project, then the stereotyping that they have, I find it melts away. It melts away. Then they know that they are sitting with the leader of the project, which is the architect. And then I've come to realize, I used to think that I need to adopt a persona. There was a time I'd read up like, okay, now how should I be? How should I posture myself in a project? And as time goes on and as I grew older, I realized just be yourself. Be you. At the end of the day, you're about the work. And also, if you're helpful on a project and you help your engineers and you help your colleagues, they end up also looking out for you. And then they keep saying, no, that's our architect. Let's hear what the architect has to say. So it's about the knowledge, and it's about being helpful and just pushing the project. You won't even need to raise your voice and cuss and swear. If that's your thing, that's also fine, because other males use it. But at the end of the day, it's about the content, if you know the information. Yes, Nina, I'd like you to go ahead. Nina Wood.
Good morning, ladies. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can.
Thank you so much for this immense opportunity. What a wonderful gift and blessing to all of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you also for giving me the opportunity to contribute and encourage. I speak now to the young architect, female architect. Thank you, ladies, so much for sharing your background, your personal journey, and the journey of your studies and the challenges you've all faced, whatever those might be. I want to encourage you. Yes, and what our main panel speakers have been speaking about with regards to confidence and content, having that content. Absolutely. I am a 45-year-old registered professional practicing architect. I have my own practice. I have done my own sort of practicing for a few years. I have worked overseas for 4 years straight after I graduated from UCT in 2000. And it's been a big, big journey. There's been a lot of down moments, and there've been some glorious, successful moments. But I want to just encourage you as new graduates or as senior current students to, and it's not easy because there are not many of us women out there who are willing to offer a mentorship to young students. But I have had the opportunity and the great privilege to mentor some young ladies, architects. And I'd like to encourage you that should you be able to be mentored or have a lady architect that you can partner with or connect with, that should you come into a situation where you need to ask a silly question and you feel maybe a bit shy or embarrassed to do so in front of while you're doing your internship or if you know what I mean, that you can call that senior lady up, senior architect or practicing architect, and you can ask that question, or thank goodness for Google, you can get that answer off there. But I wanted to also encourage you that, you know, expectations and assumptions, those two words have been mentioned throughout this conversation thus far. And I do realize that there's so much more wonderful things that are going to be raised further down the line till 4 o'clock today. But I wanted to just speak into your hearts about your identity and the expectations of what you are expected to do as a new practicing architect. Let me just tell you that you need to set that aside, not your identity, but expectations of what you are supposed to be achieving as a new graduate. You need to set those aside, and you need to actually realize that you don't know everything. And as soon as you accept that you don't know everything, that will encourage you to feel the confidence to be able to put your hand up. And it's not your responsibility if somebody thinks or looks or answers you in a derogatory way. You are asking a question, and that is, it takes courage, I understand, but it also shows that you are not afraid. And you don't need to be afraid to ask that, sorry, why is that beam up there, and why is it not? Because learning is part of your journey. And when you stop learning, then that is a problem. That is making you weak. Your strength comes through your learning, and it helps you to acquire that knowledge. And there is so much, as we have all known, so much to learn in architecture. Architecture is multifaceted. There are many areas that one can branch out into. And it's hugely exciting. And there is great power, as Sabi, is that how I pronounce your name, Sabi? Sabi?
Absolutely, Nina. Is it
awesome.
Nina or Nina?
It's actually, okay, talking about names, it's Penina.
Oh, Penina. Okay, Penina.
And Sabi, as Sabi was saying, you know, just greeting, I can totally back her on that one. I can back you, Sabi. It is incredible that when you arrive on site, all the eyes come up and go straight onto you. Number one, because you're female and you're wearing your hard hat and your site boots, and your bright yellow jacket, and so walk with confidence. You don't have to be arrogant with that confidence. Be comfortable in who you are. And all of us ladies, we spoke, there's been a lot of mention about identity. Be comfortable in who you are, in your identity as a newly graduate architect, or an internship architect, or a candidate architect. Be comfortable. There's no need for you to be afraid, or be comfortable, because when you're comfortable, you are it's easier to learn and absorb information, but don't be responsible for how others perceive you. Unfortunately, in the real world, there are certain people who will probably look down upon you. It does not matter who you are, is what color you are, what age you are, how much experience you have. It's their problems. If you know what I mean. But I back Sabi 100% that greeting people on site makes a big difference. And speaking calmly, being confident in how you speak is immensely powerful. And we have that power as women. It is phenomenal, and embrace it. It's wonderful. I'm so sorry. There's one last thing that I want to add, and that is resilience. Us women, and there was that lovely lady with that pink jersey. What was her name? She spoke about she was pregnant. Yes. What was her name? Thuli. Yes, Thuli. Wow. I am just blown away at your resilience, young lady. You speak of, I'm so encouraged and inspired. I'm encouraged and inspired by all you young ladies. I have 3 children myself. It has been a huge juggle to work as a practicing architect, but be encouraged that it can be done. And if architecture is a passion and it flows in your blood and you enjoy it, nothing will stop that. Nothing will kill that. And you can. Us women, we can juggle. We can do many things at the same time. We have the ability to focus on multifaceted aspects of life and our vocation, which is architecture. But we also have the ability to pour out and focus on a specific area that we need to. We are diverse as women. We bring a diversity and a harmony and a balance to architecture. And it is a great honor, and respect yourselves and enjoy it. It is a long journey. And there are many avenues that you can branch out into in architecture. And it's a hugely honorable and exciting vocation to have and world to step into. Thank you to each one of you young ladies, and also the senior ladies in this webinar today. I was so excited for today. I cannot tell you, and I'm hugely excited what awaits. Thank you for taking up most of the time.
Yeah, no, thank you. Gee, Mina, I'm glad you jumped in and took up this opportunity to also hear a different voice. And yes, you've traveled more miles than myself, with a few more years ahead of me. But it was great to show them that, listen, everything is okay. You just got to be who you are. You got to know the content, and you're going to be fine. I would like to give this chance to Councillor Kevin. He is a chairperson of Education Committee. He's got his hand up, and I'm glad that he's a part of this today to have a word or two. Councillor Kevin, if you can, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Sabi. Just a quick word from me. Thank you very much for this event that you're holding today. I'm here in support of my two fellow councillors, Councillor Sabi and Councillor Mandisa, who do incredible work on our council. They're incredible leaders as well. So they'll tell you that there's no differentiation between any gender on our council. So I'm very proud of them and what they're doing. I'm also in support of all the women in architecture, and I happen to have a wife that's also in the industry, so a good word in for her as well. She, I'm sure, has been through this, my wife. I'm talking about what you describe and some of the descriptions of experiences, and I think they're varied descriptions and varied experiences of all. And if I had to ask my wife what her response had been, she says, I just suck it up and get on with it. So I think that's the attitude that you, I think, have to have in many cases.
Yeah.
Nina said some very wise words, and so I'm not going to repeat those, and I stand by what she said as well. But I think one has to develop one's own mindset. You've got to get in your own head that you're your own person, and you can be whatever person you want to be. And architecture is a very difficult environment to be in. It's very opinionated. We know from being students, when you work so hard and put your work up on the wall and you get a bad crit and you don't really understand why, and so effort and energy don't always equate to success at the end of the day. It's the same for everyone in that field, and trying to get through that and understand that's important. My last comment really, again, apart from wishing you guys well for the rest of the day, I'll have to leave a bit later, is that the total inverse happens in North Africa, I'm told. I've learned this through my work on the UIA, the International Union of Architects, that in Egypt and some of the North African countries, they can't get men to study architecture. They've got too many women, they keep saying. So it's a bit interesting that one of the earlier comments, I think, from the minister had been, look at the German example, but maybe we can learn from North Africa, from Egypt, Tunisia, and those countries. There's something maybe that they've done better that we can learn from. Have a great day. Thank you for letting me say a few words. Cheers for now.
Gee, thanks, Councillor Kevin, for throwing that very interesting comment. Wow. Yeah, I think, could it be maybe just, it's like that because, if you think about it, the fact that, women, you carry the creation in your belly, so you're the natural creator of, that first housing space being your womb, and then your housing. It's more natural perhaps for women to be architects. It's like molding, and crafting. To me, it feels like a craft. Okay, Councillor Mandisa, I think we can have your colleague that sits as part of your committee in transformation, Ms. Tanzim Razak, and then we can go and have our coffee, and then we can come back refreshed, and then we can carry on with our discussions. Let me give it to Ms. Tanzim. She's always got a lot of bright things to say. She's also a practitioner, and she is from the company Lemon Pebble. You may have seen them from time to time on the Google or however. So yes, Tanzim, if you still
before we get to that, VP.
Yes.
Greetings, Tanzim. We'll be with you just shortly.
Yeah.
We have Sunay, who is a student, apparently whether confirmed late or joined late.
Okay.
That was going to speak. I know that Sunay, you are here, and maybe through VP, who was leading this panel, are you able to hear us? And mainly the panel was about challenges of architecture students. So your time will be brief because the panel session was over, but we don't want to close you out, even as we move on to Tanzim.
Okay, no, that's fine, Councillor Mandisa. Yeah, no, we got to be workable. It's just how it is. It's how you push the mandates of the day. So please go ahead, Sunay.
Hi, I'm Sunay. I'm currently a third-year student at CPUT. Sorry, yes, I joined a bit late. But I see most of you guys have discussed most of what I can see are the biggest challenges, I think. Going to site, I think, is one of the biggest ones. I have a friend who's a civil engineer. She's told me as well, where she worked with her family for a little bit and now she's on her own. And she said that, I mean, going to site in shorts on a hot day is taboo because you'll get stares and it's a bit awkward. But as I think, as you guys mentioned earlier, that I think you just have to go with confidence and kind of deal with it, because it's their issues, it's not yours. And I think that's a thing that we need to maybe carry forward, is do what you feel comfortable. I also interned at EHH Studios, and what the lady who I was working under at the time told me when we went to site, she just said, have good banter with people, make it so that you're comfortable on site, and so that you have and develop a good relationship with the workers on site and the people you're working with. And I think through that, people will start recognizing you as a peer in the industry rather than a woman in the industry, which I think is very powerful. I'll keep it brief, so I'll leave it there, but you guys have, I think, covered most of it. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Yeah, no, thanks, Sune, for jumping in and putting your hand up. It's great to be able to hear what you got to say. And yes, it's I like what you said. Yeah, and have a good banter, and then after a while, before you know it, you realize that you've gained the respect of people, because all they're interested in is just to get the building going and to get their money. So whatever moves that is what works. Okay, Councillor Mandisa. Yes.
Thank you, VP. Thank you, Sune, for that. We know
Yeah.
that you joined late, but your contribution also about being comfortable, that people will make you a peer than a woman in the industry. We appreciate that. Tanzim, we're coming to you now. I know that there is presentation. Do you want us to run it, or are you going to run it from your side?
Hi, Mandisa and Sabi. I can run it on my side, but we can just test it. I have a low frequency here.
Okay.
So if it doesn't work, we can do it the other way. So I've done a presentation in regards to, because this kind of forum really intimidates me. So I really share, although I'm much older than the young people there, I'm quite awed by how eloquent they are. But what also struck me is that, I mean, I graduated over 20 years ago, and it's some of the issues around identity and who you are. That struggle hasn't changed a lot. And that's very disheartening. But what the empowering part is for me is that is the young people, the young woman's attitudes towards that. So I was more tentative but then this generation, this empowerment and the strength in which you talk is really very inspiring to someone who's much older. So we have a lot to learn as those who've come in front of you. So I'm so glad that we're hearing new faces and new voices. So mine is an old story, which I'm going to share with you. And it might, it's similar, but also a little different to yours. And I'm open to conversations and queries after that. So I'm going to try to share my screen.
Okay.
And how do I get it full screen? Okay. And yeah. Good morning. Woman capacitation as a success tool in the built environment. My name is Tanzim Razak, and I'm an architect. I had
Tanzim,
an urban designer.
Tanzim,
please up the volume, if you can, on that side.
Okay.
Yes.
Peacock, where
Go
we
on.
engage in work across the scales with a focus on spatial transformation. I say this as upfront and clearly as I can, for as years I struggled to take ownership of this part of my identity. Being the
Tanzim?
first in my family, in an unknown field as yes.
We're going to get it right. The volume is low on my side. Sabi, how's the volume?
Yeah, I think we started hearing her in the last second before you spoke.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want us in the first minute. We just I'll confirm with Hope Linden. Tanzim will play again. I want you to confirm if you can hear.
I can hear you very well, Councillor Mandisa.
No, with Tanzim's presentation. That's what I want us to hear. Tanzim, play again.
Good morning. Woman capacitation as a success tool in the built environment. My name is Tanzim Razak and I'm an architect. I had Lemon Pebble Architects and Urban Designers with my business partner Althea Peacock, where we engage in work across the scales with a focus on spatial transformation. I say this as upfront and clearly as I can, for as years I struggled to take ownership of this part of my identity. Being the first graduate in my family in an unknown field that's dominated by men, and without any role models, I felt inadequate and insecure with the expectations of that role. So when I was given this talk and received this topic, woman capacitation as a success tool in the built environment, I have to admit that I reached out for my dictionary to understand capacitation, which meaning is legally to render fit or make qualify or to enable. I struggle with this definition that hands over my agency to others to render me fit. While qualification is required by professions, I understand that. Most women understand that we have the added burden to be seen and deemed to be fit by society first. So to claim a seat at the table, it is not enough that I have the necessary qualifications of my male counterparts. Rather, like all women, we are judged by the limited perceptions of others first. So, I'm a female architect. I come from a culture where the female role mostly seen as a homemaker first. Along with all the responsibilities of professionals, I'm thrust in a professional world that is dominated by men. In an industry where showmanship is valued, where the flamboyancy and the visual is dominant. And in a world where modesty is still seen as a virtue for women. I'm a woman of color. Your skills are perceived as lesser than your male counterparts, and you have to deal with the bias to gain a level playing field. I'm a Muslim. In an age where being Muslim pushes you to be the other, where the voices of Muslim women are further suppressed by repressed notions of around how she should dress and behave in public. Instead, we women are measured against what Zaha Hadid calls the playground of patriarchy, where the dominant stereotype is that of a super talented, confident male, mostly white, star architect delivering iconic buildings fully formed and single-handedly. This notion is so dominant that it's ingrained in the minds of the public, and it keeps getting reinforced with every conversation. So how does conversation go? So after the introduction where you say hi and whatnot, most people ask, what do you do? So you say, I'm an architect. And the immediate reaction is, do you draw plans? The assumption is made that my skills are limited to plan making alone. And what I really want to say is that I conceptualize, design, and buildings right to its construction till it becomes a form in a whole. So then I ask, do you build houses? And I say yes, and I'm interrupted before I can add that I do large scale building as well. And do you work from home? And I say no. I have an office in Newtown with my business partner. Oh, your partner. And I can almost hear the surprise that my partner is also female. So they can hear that my partner is almost female as well. So with the progression of this conversation, my role keeps getting diminished. And it seems like every time I let the stereotypes remain unchallenged, I become an active enabler of those stereotypes. Each time those views remain unchecked or go unchallenged, I am contributing to what Zaha calls that playground of patriarchy. Shirley Chisholm was the first female senator in American Senate in the 1960s during the civil rights movement. And she said, if you don't have a seat at the table, bring up a folding chair. That implies that uncompromisingly embracing our identity of woman is the beginning to claiming a seat at the table on our own terms and to create agency for ourselves. One of my most favorite images of a female architect is that of Denise Scott Brown, as seen here, standing proudly in front of the Vegas skyscraper, the Vegas skyline. So Denise Scott Brown and her husband Robert Venturi are regarded as one of the most influential architects of the 20th century, known for having co-written the seminal book Leaving Las Vegas, based on her research. What most people don't know about Denise is that she was South African and studied at the University of Witwatersrand, after which she had gone to the States and was an associate professor at one of the universities in the States. So in 1991, the Pulitzer Prize was awarded to Robert Venturi alone, and Denise Scott Brown, in protest, didn't attend the ceremony, and rightly so. The prize organization, the Hyatt Foundation, stated that it honored individuals alone, and therefore didn't given her prize. However, the award was given to 2 recipients in 1998, and also that practice changed in 2001 with the selection of Herzog and de Meuron as one of its recipients. But what was interesting was that in the 1970s, Denise wrote a seminal essay called, that she named Room at the Top, Sexism and the Star System in Architecture. But she only published it in 1989, as she fears that would have damaged her career at the time. In this essay, published in 1989, she described the struggle to be recognized as an equal partner of her own firm with Robert, and to be recognized for her individual work in an architectural world that was predominantly male. So despite Denise's high profile and work, the reality is that probably, as the American Democratic presidential candidate Elizabeth Warren says, if you don't have a seat at the table, you're probably on the menu. So, are South African women on the menu? Are we sufficiently represented? Being 50.74% of the global population, general population, are we sufficiently represented? According to SACEP's latest stats, there are 4,026, I'm going back to the other slide, there are 4,026 professional architects registered. I chose to represent architects that they're more likely to get a seat at the table because of qualification levels. 1,214 are women, making women almost a third, which is not relatively bad according to the global scale. However, only 209 are Black women, and we are talking Black, Indian, and colored women. This is a shockingly low 4.8% only. There are no visible available steps of how many empowered to run our own practices. And the numbers in the other categories are even more shocking. Furthermore, McKinsey report indicates that the COVID population has placed a disproportionate burden on women. They indicated that women's jobs are 1.8 times more likely to be lost than the jobs of men due to various factors, including the lack of available childcare. So in these times of great uncertainty, in the most unequal country in the world, affected by COVID and unrest, the plight of women and the burden of responsibility plays heavily in the backs of women as has never been done before. As Arundhati Roy said, there's no such thing as the voiceless. They are only the deliberately silent or the preferably unheard. But despite these burdensome circumstances and this so shockingly low representation of freedom, South African women had in the last year driven to extraordinary heights. Over the past year, South African women, especially those of color, have gained global recognition for showcasing their work, showcasing the depth of their extraordinary talent in our midst, despite not being given the platform to showcase our work locally. Today, I would like to celebrate some of them. Dr. Umbo Mothipa. Dr. Umbo Mothipa, academic and lecturer, this year was one of the 2 South African women awarded prestigious Loeb Fellowship at the Harvard University for 21, to add to her very lengthy list of achievements that have not been celebrated enough. Her curatorship of the African Mobilities Project is a body of work that includes global exhibitions that brings together multiple disciplines of African academics, artists, architects in a series of podcasts, lectures, and exhibitions. Ilza Wolf. Ilza, in the last year, has showcased her work in a series of lectures on uncovering hidden local spatial narratives at Rice, Princeton, and Harvard University. Her work uncovers the suppressed narratives of women and the historically vulnerable people whose histories have been erased. Lately, her work, exploring the work of Bessie Head, has been exhibited at the Chicago Biennale. Nadia Trump. Former KIFA President Nada Tamram was awarded the Female Frontier Award by the World Architecture News in recognition of her community-centered work in Johannesburg and being at the forefront of a female-focused practice. In 2019, Amina Keska, Sarah de Villiers, and Sumaya Valley, and Amina's here today, won one of the most prestigious international commissions to design the 2020 Serpentine Pavilion. The Serpentine Pavilion is a temporary structure built in the London's Kensington Gardens for the last 20 years, showcasing the work of prolific architects from Zaha Hadid, Francis Kere, and Bjarke Ingels, to name some. In the past years, the Serpentine Pavilion has come under increasing critique as an expensive folly for the summer garden parties of the British elites. So when Counter Space, relatively unknown at the time compared to their predecessors, were appointed in 2019, it was a refreshing change as the youngest designers to design that pavilion. What was truly notable was their intention to contest the idea of the pavilion as more than a beautiful form and to create a more inclusive idea that reflected the local London migrant population. Leslie Loco. Leslie Loco is a prolific lecturer, educator, and writer, and arrived in South Africa in 2013 to head the UJ's master's program. Although she's not South African, she transformed the school into the school of the GSA in a space of 5 years to become the first unit system in Africa. It was a disruptive force that was required to shift the stagnant disc of architectural education, giving us an alternative educational space focused on a speculative and conceptual architecture that gave a whole new generation an option of widening our knowledge in other mediums like film, stage, art, and design. Leslie was the recipient of the Royal Institute of Visual Architecture and a Spring for Excellence in 2020 in architectural education for the transformation of education at the GSA. So in a year that has thrown everything at us, South African female architects have emerged as triumphant in their ideas being showcased as relevant, meaningful, and a context that needs women's empathy and vision. So like Zaha Hadid says, yes, I am a feminist and I see that woman as smart, gifted, and tough. And as these extraordinary women have shown us that if you don't get a seat at the table, we as women create our own table. Thank you.
Wow, I would like I feel like unmuting and clapping hands everywhere I am. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's so lifting. Thank you, Tanzim. We appreciate this. We could just listen to it without interruption. It was so amazing to listen to it, and also how you've put together those women who have been in the industry and that are contributing. It's important to highlight, and also not to only look abroad. Even here in South Africa, we have those amazing women. So thank you for this presentation. We truly appreciate. We are still going to engage further. I need to look at our program. Our time is not too good right now. We are going to have a question and answer session. We are going to have a tea break. I know that Sida is going to present. So can we just quickly look at our schedule right now to see how far back we are and then make necessary adjustments. I'll just flight it now and we make decisions just now before we engage further, Tanzim. All right, thank you. Right now our time is 11:41. So we are behind on tea break, on the exhibition, on the question and answer session. Firstly, I would just want to ask if Sida is here and ready. I know that it was going to be Nogwanda or Miss Kate Masopa. Is Kate Masopa here and ready? Let me just look into the panelists and attendees if they are here. I don't see Cedar. So I would then suggest that we take a short tea break or body break. Time now is 11:42. So we give ourselves, how much was that break? It was 5 minutes, 11:42. So if we can please come back at exactly 10 to 11:50, and then we can have our question and answer session. 11:50, we'll come back at 11:50. We'll have our question and answer session before we go to Nadira, and then we move on. Thank you very much. We will take the question and answer sessions for everything that has gone on and Tanzim's presentation shortly after this break. Thank you. back from our break. Right. Looking at our program, we've just been advised that CEDA was not able to make it. We're still trying to get hold of CEDA. And then I would open this opportunity to Nadira Hariprasad so that you can present, Nadira. And immediately after that, we'll take questions and answer session on the presentations done. Yes, so Nadira, can we give this to you?
Thanks, Mandisa. Can I share?
Yes, please. And if I may request on your side that you have 10 minutes, and if you go over, not more than 15.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. It's still morning. I've just made it just to be able to say good morning. So good morning to all my built environment colleagues, and thank you to StarCap for including me in this program. It will always be an honor to speak at an event that is focused on women, most especially when it involves women in the built environment. So architecture, inclusion, entrepreneurship, and a little bit of girl power. These are already 4 massive topics, each with a life of its own, but I'm hoping to convey just a little insight from my perspective on each of them. Let's start with my background. I have a master's degree in architecture on the topic of the role of architects when integrating children with physical disabilities into full service schools. I'm a StarCap registered professional architect and the owner of Maya Architects. My practice is almost 10 years old. I was previously the managing director of a company that specialized in mining and industrial architecture. Being exposed to process engineering and mining itself was exhilarating. I worked on a sample treatment center for diamonds, different lab buildings, very specialized buildings like lamp rooms and access control buildings, as well as large change houses, workshops, and other mine-related buildings. After 11 years in this sector, it was time to create something new. At this stage, I felt that it was important to diversify my portfolio and pursue my own vision. Coincidentally, this epiphany came to me when I was expecting my first child. Because, ladies, why have one challenge when you can have 2? Now, having worked predominantly in the mining sector, I didn't know anyone else in the industry, so it was quite a challenge. But my appointment as MD at a relatively young age created massive imposter syndrome. So I upskilled myself in order to fully understand and take responsibility of my position. Of about 7 courses that I did that year, these were the most important and significant. Business coaching, which covered topics such as political intelligence, negotiation skills, strategic thinking, etc. Financial management for non-financial managers. This is 100% essential for any entrepreneur. And I did an HR management workshop. These courses, as well as the experience that I gained, instilled confidence to start my practice. In November 2011, the month after I resigned, I started Maya Architects. I was 5 months pregnant at the time. Over the past 10 years, we have worked in a diverse portfolio. These are some of my favorites. This is a simulated rescue training center. It was amazing to work on. It was one of 9 complexes, and in this complex, we designed different real-life residential scale scenarios that could be encountered locally for rescue and firefighting training purposes. So for example, we had a substation to simulate different types of disasters related to cable theft and illegal connections. We also had a really funky idea to stimulate felt fires that can be a real monster to control, as we've seen in the Cape. We also designed a township setting with 80% of the units able to withstand the fires, whilst 20% burned. These gave firefighters lifelike experiences in how to maneuver through township areas with many obstacles and fences and narrow roadways. Early on, in around 2012, we worked on a small ELS and remedial school. And you can see at the back here, we used the opportunity to create an adventure playground, which was always a very exciting concept for me. We worked on housing development proposals, on a few residential projects, a new hospital design, another training center that simulated an underground mine, and another number of other building projects. Our portfolio is on our website, but I'm trying to be cognizant of time. So I'm going to move on. Enter 2020, and as they say, everything changed. With lockdown firmly in place during these quieter periods, like most other architects, we worked on new business, marketing, and mostly due diligence, creating standards and checklists and generally updating systems. But there was also time to do something interesting. This brings me to this slide, where I really recommend advocating for something. We advocate for inclusive buildings and accessible built environments. One of the research projects that we worked on during this quiet time was inclusive playground designs.
Sorry, Nadira. Sorry, Nadira, to distract you. Sekap, I see your hand is up. Sorry, Nadira.
Sure.
Munetsi, is your hand up? Nadira, please carry on. Sorry. That is our hosting official. Sorry about that disruption.
No problem. Okay. All right. For this, we looked at the psychology of play, learning through play, and the sensory and experiential qualities that playgrounds provide. We then started our collaboration with an occupational therapist, Bashira Surti, who is doing phenomenal work in her space and just happened to share our passion for inclusive playgrounds. And I just want to make special mention of my awesome candidate architect, Tessa, who is fully on board and has done the most beautiful sketches to explain these concepts. My studies gave me the confidence to talk about this topic with some of the most amazing people that I've met. People from different professions, backgrounds, and places. People with different abilities and disabilities. Studying this topic has changed my perspective on architecture entirely. From around 2019, we started conducting compliance assessments on existing buildings. This is a huge issue as there are numerous buildings that are non-compliant, inaccessible, and dangerous, especially from a fire management perspective. These pictures are a sample of what we see on site. These building solutions have been retrofitted and they have been so poorly executed that a child in a wheelchair could fall into a stormwater drain, could slip off a ramp, and could get hurt by broken handrails. This is incorrect detailing, incorrect angles. And once you see this problem, you cannot unsee it. You will see it everywhere. So consider yourself woke. Designing to accommodate people with disabilities is not only a legal obligation, but more importantly, it's a moral obligation. Because remember that equality and inclusion applies to everyone. And this means that it includes women and men with disabilities. That young girl who has so much potential but cannot get to school because the school has no ramp for her wheelchair. This is not okay. And yes, I've heard all of it. There's no space for a ramp. It's too expensive. There's no budget. It's only going to be used once in a while. But as architects, who better than us to find these solutions, especially during the initial building stages, the initial design stages. This new year has once again shifted the direction of the business and has brought about very dynamic opportunities. As we look forward to the next phase, I would encourage you to please reach out if you want to learn more about universal design and accessibility of the built environment. It would be great to start a conversation and to grow the network that is currently not well represented by architects. So this brings me to the final part of my presentation. We have spoken about architecture and inclusion and touched on entrepreneurship. Here are a few useful points to remember. Conduct due diligence. Check yourself and your practice. Understand contracts and dispute resolution. Understand financial management. Understand HR requirements. Remember, do not sign anything that you do not fully understand. Understand your professional responsibility and your professional indemnity cover. Do not agree to work at risk and continue to develop yourself professionally. You need to familiarize yourself with the acts and the code of conduct, etc. And having a good grip, especially on the financial management of a business or on a project, is critical. We all know how design can take weeks instead of days, and project delays come in every form and shape. We've experienced time constraints and budget constraints, coupled with missing information and unreasonable expectations. It is very possible to spend more time on projects than what was budgeted. On a last note, when talking about women in the built environment, this is still a very male-dominated industry. For me, the only way that we can realize our rights as women is if we just get on with it. We have the rights, whatever right we need. These were written for us in our Constitution. The question is whether we are making maximum benefit of our rights, or whether we are allowing the wrong people, those who haven't read the Constitution, make us believe that we don't have the rights that we know we have. And I would encourage all women and men alike to challenge anyone or organization who violates these rights. So what does this mean and how is it achieved? Well, I simply started by saying no. No to doing work at risk, no to unreasonable contract terms, and I will continue to say no to anything that does not serve my purpose. Realizing women's rights is about knowing your value and doing your job like a boss. So what does girl power have to do with all of this? We all have something. Some women have an acute intuition and they can tell very easily if something doesn't smell right. And if it smells funky, it probably is. Trust your intuition. I have a sister who is literally lady luck in person. She wins everything. And some of us have incredible support structures with family or friends who will literally believe in us even when we ourselves don't. Surround yourselves with positive people like this, because if you decide to go into business, you are going to need them. Find your rock, your anchor, or your wings. I have been blessed with an incredible family. They too did not know what architecture was all about at the beginning, but now they know what the JBCC is, and even my niece is advocating for inclusion at her campus, and I get very strange pictures sent through to me from time to time on things that they encounter that doesn't make sense because it's inaccessible. In closing, I want to take a second to acknowledge and appreciate all the amazing men who support, encourage, and pull in for their ladies. there are incredible male humans out there, and their roles should never be underestimated. And to all the ladies, have a fabulous Women's Day. Whether you are wearing your stilettos, your slops, or your sandals, there is power in what you do. Thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadira, for that presentation. We truly appreciate. So to say, you know, we as a transformation committee, this is a transformation drive. So as a transformation committee, we had chosen speakers and had how we're going to approach them. And I want to tell you now, Nadira approached SECAP to say, may I please be part of the program? And when we looked at the material that she was presenting, we would have really felt ashamed that we would have rejected her request, because it's about inclusive design. We always see when we go to the banks or any other building, you see the steps and a disabled person is shown a door at the back somewhere as if they are not human enough. So it was necessary that we recognize that inclusive design is important and must be a significant conversation that we continuously have. So I will take this time now to allow for questions to Tanzim's presentation, as well as Nadira, just a further engagement. Time now is 12:10. We will take this for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Mainly with Tanzim's presentation, it was about the women that have got amazing work done and have left a footprint in the architectural space and in the built environment. And in her statements, we're saying, if there's no seat at the table, bring your folding chair. If there's no seat on the table, we build our own table, we create our own table. So it's important to find significance and also to be confident as women that we do have a space. And with also Nadira's presentation about inclusive design and professionalism in the work that we do. So I would like to open up for any questions that we may have as panelists, as attendees, and also in the previous panelists that we had and presenters that we had. So I will open it up now and we'll take those questions. If the panelists are still with us, they will answer directly. You can say, when you raise your question, you direct it exactly to the person that was presenting. And yeah, so we'll have that 5 to 10 minutes. Tanzim and Nadira will be ready. And any other person that had presented, if the question is directed at them. Thank you. I'll see the hands. Please raise your hands. I will only recognize people who raise their hands. I will look at the panelists and the attendees the same.
Oh, Councillor Mandisa, there's Nompilo there.
Yes, thank you, Nompilo. To Muneti, please allow Nompilo to unmute.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You can go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yeah, just a word of thanks to SECAP and for you guys organizing this webinar. It's been really insightful. I have a question for both the panelists, Nadira and Tanzim. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Just in terms of business and growth, like how did you develop your business, I guess, from starting it to where it is now? Yeah, and what difficulties did you experience? And if you can just share your learnings with us. Thanks.
All right, we'll take a question from Nompilo. I will allow maybe 2 or 3 questions and then I will rephrase them back to, yes, Cecilia. Okay, Cecilia, please mute. Cecilia, please mute. Any other hand? Tanzim and Nadira, you can respond. How did you start your business to get to where you are? Any lessons to share?
Okay. Hi, Nompilo. So we started our business, my business partner and I, after we had been practicing for about 5 years. And one of the key reasons is, which I also tried to outline in my presentation, because there wasn't anyone who was expressing our ideas from the places that we'd come from, or the building for our own community. So there was not the seeing this gap, but we just felt that there was this need for us to design in our way. And that has been a key strength in terms of developing our business. So we were more in a survivalist strategy, in that we knew that we were never going to, or I particularly knew that in a commercial practice or anyone's practice, I wasn't able to express myself. And that became a key, especially since our practice focuses on spatial transformation, is that what do we, with our perspectives and our insights, what do we bring to the table? And I think it wasn't as clear when we were that young, but it became clearer as our practice grew, that we didn't have the privilege of choosing projects, but when the projects that aligned with our views came, we spent all our time on it. So the heritage projects that needed to be reconceptualized, that taking all apartheid buildings and converted them so there is different levels, we spent all our time and then we showcased it. So there were 2 strands. One is to highlight our strengths, and the other one was a building of a confidence project, because you don't know where the next project is coming from. So the ones that work for you, you really spend all your time on it. The thing that was challenging, and I think that's something that it still exists today, is that when we come out of varsity, we are very technically proficient. So we can design and we can draw, but none of us have the skills to design that can run a sustainable practice. So we always trip on the very basic things. We don't understand financials. We don't have an accountant. We don't understand what's profit. We don't understand the difference between cash flow, because those are the things that keep your business working along and trudging along. So that is something you need to pay attention to. And I know it sounds boring because we're very creative and we really want to just do our best and just design. And that is also about time management, is that we spend all our time, and I think Nadira even pointed it out, we spend all our time designing it and we think we're going to get this best design out there, and then the client don't pay us. So these pragmatic things about financial feasibility, how much time you spend on a project, especially when you started up, is key. So one, get yourself, and this is what we did. We went for a small, course to get financially basics, bookkeeping, and we can get a bookkeeper to do your work, but the pragmatics of understanding the numbers, see what's profitable, where should you spend your time on, what's feasible, and can you pay salaries, can you pay your own salaries, the things that are boring and non-creative. So that helps your growth along the way. And then in terms of the creative side, for me, the best advice I can is focus on your strengths. And if you know you want to create skyscrapers or you want to focus on female design, whatever that, don't ever give up. That's the focus, and you go like a laser towards that, because that sets you apart from any other practice. So there's this 2-prong, the strengths, deal with it, and then deal with the gaps in your weaknesses. And most architects, it's a pragmatic part of the financials. I'll hand over to Nadira.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanzim.
Thank you, Tanzim.
And Nadira, let's give it to you. Thank you, Tanzim, for that.
Thank you. I'm getting a note saying that my connection is unstable. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I absolutely agree 100% with Tanzim. Just to add to that, my experience when I set up Maya Architects. As I mentioned, I was 5 months pregnant, and I couldn't even wait until the baby was born and I had settled into motherhood. I started to build my business whilst pregnant. So the first thing that I did was to just
Nadira?
research, because I didn't know
Nadira,
anyone.
your
outside.
network is unstable.
Yes. Is it?
Nadira?
Yes, sure.
Your network is unstable. May I ask that you switch off your video? We see if it
Sure.
can carry
Yes.
you further.
Does it help?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, great. Yes, so I was saying that in my case, I was expecting my first child when I started the business, and I couldn't wait until the baby was born and we had settled in together. I just started networking immediately. So I had to do a lot of research, because having been in the mining sector, I didn't know anyone outside of that sector. So I didn't know any QSs or any engineers, or I didn't know much about what the architectural space was all about in the commercial world. So I did a lot of research, and I literally just started calling people up and introducing myself to them. And I met people whilst I was all the way up to 8 months pregnant, marketing my brand new business. So you can imagine how insecure you feel at that moment, because you're trying to convince somebody that you're going to be designing and supervising the construction of their building, but you're also going to be having a baby at the same time. So I think that the determination that you need to have, you know this because you've got through the architectural degrees, the studying, that sets you up for what you're coming out into the world to experience. And you've got what it takes. You just need to believe in yourself. And we hide it well. So we need to believe that when we go out there and we speak to somebody, they are going to hear us and they are going to give us a chance. My first client was a male client. It was a very male-dominated company, in fact. There were 2 male partners. And I completed my first project, and they knew exactly how old my kid was as we were going through the process. So don't let anything stand in your way. Make sure that you get all of the ground rules in place, the diligence, the coursework, going for coaching, upskilling yourself. These are the things that are going to build that confidence that you need to put a stake in the ground and to say that I have arrived, I am here. People will either take you seriously, get on board, or they'll carry on, and so will you. So yeah, go get it.
Thank you for that, Nadira.
Thanks a lot for that, Ms. Nadira. I think also one when you're talking, when the both of you are talking about studying and setting up your practice correctly, it's so important to also know that there's something called tax and there's SARS, and that in your fees, you should always, as soon as money comes in, I love your smile, Councillor Mandisa, because I know when I started out, my father would say, did you pay SARS? And I'm like, yes. And already by then I'd already spent money. But as time went on, I came to realize that you have to face SARS. When a payment comes in, you gotta move that money into another account that you don't touch. You gotta pay. There's a difference between VAT and your income tax. And the sooner you start learning how to apportion that in your mind, immediately when you get paid, you move the money, and then you pay yourself a salary, and then you portion what you're gonna save as your fees. I always keep another account where I call it fees banked, and I save them and I keep some for operational. You will really get used to it and you'll start to really respect what the money is. So pay SARS, pay tax, they're not going anywhere. They're going to keep being at you. And I made the mistake also at the beginning. At the very, very beginning, I got accountants. You get someone who is also part-time accounting. So they're going to handle your business in a part-time manner. Put yourself with established companies, because you are small. Sit on the shoulders of giants. You can negotiate the rate that they start you off at something very small when you begin, but then you'll be properly set up. But in any case, I was able to straighten out very quickly, and I only work with proper big established accounting firms, lawyers, and everything is good now. So those things are very important. Okay, Councillor Mandisa, you can carry on. Go on.
Thank you, VP. Thank you, Tanzim. Thank you, Nadira and VP for that response. Nompilo, thank you for that question. I know that you helped a lot of people who had the same question. I would ask that you lower your hand because I think that is an old hand. Then we are moving on to our next session. Our next session, we've got 3 women architectural professionals that will be sharing this time with us. And in our program, we have Nompumelelo Nzuza, we have Jody Davids, and we have Amanda Lead. So I do not have bios right now with me, but I will take the privilege to ask for those brief bios even as we start this session. I will quickly flight our program so that we understand what this session is about. Quickly, just give me a second. So this session is about what is it like balancing architecture. We are speaking to the daily life of a female architect, being a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, a girlfriend, architect. How do you become all of this and you are able to remain in the profession? How we are going to start this, I'm going to allow Bume to go first, Jody will follow, and Amanda, not answering the question yet, just giving us your bio to tell us this is who you are, you were born, and what you do at the moment. Same with Jody, same with Amanda, and we are really privileged to have you in our program today. We'll start with Mpumi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MD. My name is Nompumelelo Nzuza. I am the director of Nzuza Architects. Born and bred in KwaZulu-Natal, well, not bred, born, and then moved all over the country with the family looking for a better livelihood. We've lived right across South Africa. And then established myself in Gauteng and began my business here. I am a mom, so yes, definitely have a lot to add on to that. I respect and love what I do. I'm also a committee member at SACAP. I'm an external examiner at a few tertiary institutions. And I generally just love involving myself in mentoring our young people into this career. And yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I look forward to enjoying the discussion further.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's great to put a name, to put a face to the name. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you.
Yeah, it's lovely to meet you too.
Thank you so much. Yes. And then we come to you, Jody. This is your brief bio moment. I'll give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandisa. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jody Davids-Harbour. I'm an architect heading TJ Architects Durban. I am, unlike Nompumelelo, born and bred in Durban, and have largely established myself here in terms of business and family. been a director at TJ for the past 7 years, and I'm a mom and to a 12-year-old and to a bonus son of 20 years old, married to an amazing man who's equal parts feminist and caveman. So it makes for an exciting dynamic between work and life. Yeah, I've in the last couple of years have been involved in a number of committees, from professional committees like SIA KZN, Women's Property Network, and then also just engaged, it's a passion of mine, being engaged in development of young women. So part of the mentorship programs and looking at external examinations has also been a very big part of kind of where I've invested my time and interest. So yeah, that's a little snapshot of me.
Yeah, no, thank you. Lovely to meet you, Jody. Thanks for joining us at our
Yes.
panel today.
Thank you so much, Jody. You are welcome. And Amanda, this is your time for a brief bio, even as we start.
Thank you, Mandisa, and hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, I'm Amanda Lead of Lead Architects, also based in Durban. I was born in Johannesburg and only moved to Durban when I was 18 to study architecture at the University of Natal. And I spent the first 5 years of my career working for Hans Hallen's practice in Durban, Helen Custer Smith, which was a really kind of privileged introduction to the field of architecture. And then I started on my own in 1998, interestingly, also 5 years. Somebody mentioned earlier 5 years before I started on my own. I had recently become a mum. And so I've had a home-based small practice for all these years. And I employ 2 to 3 people, keep our practice quite tight, a very small core team, but we do also have some subcontractors who kind of come in and work with us in different, slightly different disciplines to keep the practice quite rich. We are focused on work that intends to be part of positive change in our country. So we work in the spaces of community, education, heritage, and yeah, I also like to have at the moment I have 3 young women working with me, and mentoring and training is also very much kind of part of our intention. So yeah, I mean, I did a talk a little while ago, which I entitled "The Spaces Between," because I feel like we are working in not strictly the mainstream, and trying to fill in some of the neglected gaps. And yeah, so I'm a mum of 2 adult children now. I was married for 27 years. I was interested to see on the program that we are sister, mother, girlfriend, and I'm now a girlfriend, which is a very unusual title after 27 years of being a wife. But hey, let's get the party started.
And you gotta keep going, Amanda. Gotta keep going. Listen, it's never over. It's never over. Gotta reinvent and redesign.
Yeah.
Yes, you go. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thanks, Amanda, for that. And the reason we have the diverse age of women, race, and gender, it's not to raise profile, but to create a safe space for everyone who's in the industry to know that at the end of the day, there are realities. As much as you find that I know Amanda and I know what she should have gone through and all of that, is not my place. But when a person finds in them to be comfortable about the spaces they're in, is the reality of where we are. Yeah. I'll go to Mpumi. Mpumi is a young professional, young parent, she juggles a lot, and she still runs a professional practice. I just want us to understand, how do you do it? How do you balance all of that? Because we have time that, you find you answering your phone, you've got to look after the child, the helper didn't come, or you don't even have a helper. But at the same time, you still have to be competent and run your practice. So how do you do it?
Thank you, MD. To be honest, I don't know if I have a very pleasant answer for you. You just do it, because half of the time you are tackling new unknowns. You find that within our spaces, although we are improving a lot, you are not being guided all the time. You might find you might have a professional mentor, but you might not have one in your personal space, or you might find that you don't have a tight group of girlfriends who will expose and communicate all their challenges in their lives. So in my case, it's been a 50-50 in that I'm lucky enough to have extremely supportive family. My folks and my siblings are just, rocks. But at the end of the day, I am in Joburg by myself. So the best thing you have is then a phone call. My support system have been my very close-knit friends who will be able to also exchange stories of, I'm going through a similar thing, because this is not only kept or contained within the architectural space. I mean, I've got my accountant friends, I've got my marketing strategists. We sit in the same room in a very safe space, and we're able to very openly share about the shocking experiences that we had, and sometimes needing to pull on each other to please come in and just take the hit for me, because right now I can't. So really, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh no, it's easy. It is about make sure that you've created your own support structure, whatever that means to you. Mine is not equal to yours. But I do believe that the friends that we keep, the sort of what you allow to have around you, that energy, it's everything. You have an MD to call and say, I've got this issue in my business, how do I handle it? A sexual harassment issue, how do I handle it? Someone who will be able to sensitively, but with knowledge and experience, give you input. And that is how I've been able to get to where I am. I'm still stumbling, but I'm getting better at it. I'm not stumbling to my knees. I'm just, almost tripping. And I think as we go along, and I make sure as I also progress, I'm pulling the next girl child with me. That is very important. So we will just keep getting better at it. Be what it is that you didn't have growing up. When you entered the space, make sure you are that for the next up and coming. And that's really very, very important for me, because I have been quite blessed, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mpumi. So well articulated, and we go to Jody. Jody, I know that are you the only female partner?
No, for the Durban office, yes, but I do have in our group we do have another female partner. Yes.
All right. I want to get your story that you were quite young when you bought partnership, because it was an established company that you bought partnership into. And also you had to go through getting married, having a child, and at the same time, understanding the value of business. And when you are to buy to a business, how do you evaluate the monetary terms, and also how do you learn? Because we served with Jody in some of the structures, and whenever she will come and had to articulate the financial statements, she knows it better, and you're thinking, "Aibo, we did architecture together, where do you get this information from?" But also the buying shares and putting value to what you're buying. had been a critical understanding for us. So I just want you to take us through just your personal life in terms of being a young professional. You still had to be a mother, but also into that space of buying into an existing partnership. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mandisa. I think to start off with the culture of how we approach money, how we see money, I think for me is very much a grounding in how I was brought up. It's the respect for money and understanding that yes, we all need it to survive, but it's not the primary goal in terms of how I orientate myself to what I do, whether it's personal or business. But understanding that business is grounded on finances, yes. And I think we particularly disadvantaged coming out as architectural graduates in not really understanding the gravity of that. And so I fully agree with so many of the previous speakers in that you have a responsibility to educate yourself. Relying on others to kind of mentor you for all aspects of that kind of area in business is not enough. So very early on, I took the initiative to doing courses that would kind of give me a better understanding. And I think having an understanding, having a comfort, having a confidence in understanding those things does bring with it, personally, really, it doesn't seem like such a heavy task. But it's also surrounding yourself with the right people who know more than you. Knowing enough to be able to ask the right questions and asking the questions that you don't know the answers to. And I think as particularly as a young woman in business, a lot of people have been touching on confidence, and I think it's really key. And oftentimes we don't want to put ourselves out there and acknowledge what we don't know because of that fear of the response of being judged. My personal kind of approach to that for the 15 years that I've been practicing is ask anyway. You'll know better next time. And I think it's also, for me, asking questions to people who know more has always rendered better relationships because it shows respect for what people do. And I think just having that just allows for such better engagement. In terms of my move into the practice, funny enough, when I started at TJ, it was also around the 5-year mark. I had previously worked at 2 practices, 3 actually, and I've been very fortunate enough to be mentored by amazing female architects ever since I graduated and even prior to that. So I definitely came from a context of understanding that this is it, women can do it and we can do it all. So I have to say that there was never that fear of how I would move into kind of different stages of my life. And perhaps it was the ignorance of really not understanding just how much it would be to manage. But again, as Mpumi said, having that support structure, having that trust in a structure, and literally, building up your village. And that's, for me, that's why I've been able to progress, in this quite a short time to be able to do what I do, because I have an amazing village that extends to, from my husband to my parents to in-laws, friends, people that I unequivocally trust and depend on and who root for me. And part of having that now is also kind of having invested in personal mastery, which I think is so important for every young woman, is understanding that it's not an indulgence. It's absolutely necessary to invest in yourself, and to be unapologetic about that. Understanding, your own learning processes and your response, your own personal boundaries. Makes it very easy to be able to choose the people that you have around you, whether it's personal or business. So getting that kind of mentorship with, through a business coach, whether it be going on courses which are structured strategically for women in business, I have to say has made, possibly there's been a shift for me in the last 3 years. Had we had the same conversation 3 years ago, I think my responses would be very different. So I'm a lot kinder to myself for what would be perceived by others as failings. And so I'm at the stage where I tend not to measure the quantum of my time spent between work and family, because I think if that was my measure of success, our family would probably fall short. But mine, it's specific for me to just be intentional about my time wherever I am, about the content of that time, about what that experience is for both myself and the people that I'm sharing that time with. And so in business, I've been, I think, very blessed to have obviously joined an existing company structure with people who are very open in their experience, in their sharing that, who have been very supportive. So there's been a network of mentorship that I could go to, but it was also a structure that allowed me the autonomy to kind of develop and create something of my own, which I think you can do whether you're in an existing business structure or whether you're on your own. But it's I think taking the jump to actually reaching out, because help is not going to always come to you. So yeah, for me, Mandisa, to answer the question around just kind of evaluating business, what is worth it in terms of your investment, that is about research, understanding what you're getting yourself into, doing the hard work, asking the questions, bringing people on board. If you don't understand, sometimes it means paying someone to help you understand before you're committing to something. And I think that's a really big part of it. And if that becomes second nature to you, it makes operating your business a lot easier.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jody, for that. We appreciate your contribution, and we are going to still allow for contribution and questions from the attendees and the other panelists. I'll go to Amanda. Amanda, you're running a practice for many years. Also, you are successful in your own right. And you find that with you started, you've got young adults in terms of kids. As you said that when you started, you're also starting to have children. We also like you to take us through that process of having children, having to run your company, having to run your life, and up to where you are now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Jody, you're speaking my language. Honoring yourself is my mantra at the moment. So I just love what you were saying, and I'm going to get to that as well. But yeah, so I thought I've just jotted down a few things that I'd like to share. The first one being what for me have been the benefits of having a home-based practice while raising my kids, which was a choice that I made. My sister is a practicing architect in Sydney, Australia, and she's part of a really big practice in the city. She leaves the house every day and she gets back at sort of 7 in the evening. I took a different approach. My home, I started off with a home-based office as a room in my house. I soon realized, I enjoyed the lock on the door. That was a big one. But I soon moved it out and had a studio kind of separate and in the garden. And that was a good balance for me. And I just feel like what my kids might have lost out on slightly in terms of my availability, they gained out of being able to kind of wander into the studio in the afternoon, chat to, other members of the team, sort of see the energy of the creativity and the team that was working kind of together all the time, and seeing me interacting with other people. So I think there is something to be said for that. Obviously, there was a balance with that, and that's sort of my second point, is the balancing act. And I look back, and there was sort of one moment which stands out to me where I had to actually turn down. Well, I say I had to, I didn't have to, but I felt I should turn down a big project offer, which was one of the beachfront nodes for the World Cup, because we were under pressure with another project. And I had a team of women at that time, and most of us were mothers, and we only really worked till 2 o'clock. So I turned it down, but I do regret it hugely, because I think it would have given us quite a big leg up. But now that I'm kind of older and wiser, I feel I've become braver. And I think I would encourage people to be brave. And one of the things that enables me to be braver now is that I've made my circle bigger in terms of not my own practice, but in terms of, as I was talking about, reliable, like-minded practitioners who also like to keep their show pretty small, but we team up when we need to. So it just gives us that opportunity to, if we are busy, to say yes to projects and then just build the team accordingly. And I think that is something that I would encourage people who are embarking on practice and wanting to keep things quite small, is don't feel you have to hold it all yourself all the time. I think as mothers especially, we do that a lot. And if we start to trust and spread the net a bit wider, I think there's huge benefits. And now that I'm doing that more and more, I'm really feeling the energy of that. And as I said earlier, the kind of richness of different skills coming into our teams. And then I had also made some notes about honoring ourselves. And I think as women, we tend to be, I don't know, keen to sort of prove ourselves a lot, and perhaps not stand up enough for what we believe. And I think by honoring yourself, the two main things for me are boundaries and being very, very clear on those. And then sort of speaking your truth, which I know is a very cliched kind of comment. And how I do that is I find still places in my day, because I think we have a lot of noise in our lives. And however you do that, whether you, meditate or sit under a tree or lie in the bath or whatever it is, taking time out, just you, to actually let your inner voice actually have a little bit of space and a little bit of air to speak to you, so that you can actually start living your truth. And in the midst of a very busy patch of my practice career, doing a lot of upmarket houses, I suddenly heard that voice so loudly, and it was just, there is a better way to do this, and I can make much more of a difference with my life than just designing bathroom vanities and recessed this, that, and the next things all the time. So I did actually have a complete pause and went back to doing some research, doing some teaching, and finding what I really, really wanted to do with my life. So I think those are my kind of key lessons. I also love what people have been saying about building up your village. I've also been really lucky to live in a community that is supportive, to have incredible girlfriends, and those things also take time and energy, and you need to kind of keep feeding those relationships, because it's so reciprocal. You help each other out all the time. So that's really, I think, it from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Coming back to Mpumi, I'm looking at the character traits. All the people that have presented now are unapologetic. If you say with the fanfare that we use, they are go-getters. but it's always been important to be genuine, you know, and they are genuine, they're very genuine. Either they like it or they don't, they take it or they don't. And Pumi, what are your character traits? One character trait that has carried you through. You find that the character trait we're talking about carried you through as a person, in family, and in business. What makes you stand out in business? People who deal with you, people that associate with you in business, what character trait can you say stands out for you? And how do you carry that forward into business?
Sorry about that, I was on mute. It's a few. Number one is defiance. So it started off being labeled defiance, growing up as a young child, as a young girl. It became being brave as you got older. You know, everybody has a different label for the same thing. And eventually it was called resilience as I got older. I'm finding as I'm getting older, I have to prove less, or I have to, or I feel less of a need to grab and to show and to fight. So maybe that's why also the labels are adjusting as I'm getting older. But throughout all of that, I mean, look at the selection of career that we had. I think you have to have a bit of that in you, because even when you started off, of course, society, whether it's your family or friends or whoever, will tell you, are you really sure architecture, you know? I remember when I did my interviews in matric, which were voluntary at the time, it wasn't forced. It wasn't part of the matric or grade 11 requirement. I literally got asked by one of the people I was interviewing that, you know, are you sure that you want to do this? Because in my experience, and then this was a male, he went to recount how he's seen other females being treated that he studied with, I don't, you know, and right through the career, which I appreciated because he probably was just trying to make sure that I understand what I'm going to get into. Obviously, it was improved compared to what he told me. But that whenever people have told me, when I want to do something and somebody tells me no, or somebody tells me, you know, they want to somehow dampen that spirit, you could not have poured more fuel onto it, you know? That has always been my reaction, is that if you really try and close the door on me forcibly, that is my door, we're going to have a problem. And in fact, by the time I walk out, the door will be in flames. So that has been my core driver, is that I don't want to be told by somebody else who I am. And if I feel that this is who I am and you want to stifle me, then I naturally, it's not something that I've consciously calculated, but that is just, I all of a sudden have more energy to work on that project, or to research that subject, or to prove that to myself that this is not going to get me down. So yeah, that has been, yeah, the core driver, or the core characteristic in just keeping me going when I'm being told not for you.
Thank you, Mpumi. I just love that part of saying you don't want to be told by someone else, who am I, you know who I am. So, and also about defiance, brave and resilience, that people have got different labels for the same thing, and you got to keep genuine and going for what you believe in. Jody, same to you, that you have a character trait that has carried you through. Some people have got a mantra they live by. So what is yours, and how did you come this far? Because we've got emerging young practitioners We've got those that are candidates. We also have got people of our age that are not doing well. And we've said when we started, we're here looking for inspiration. We're looking for assurance. We're looking for comfort, you know. And this webinar will revive us that people are not really going through that alone, but there's something that has carried you this far. Thank you. You can come in.
So I think what Mpumelelo again said, Mandisa, is authenticity matters. And I don't think I really understood the depth of that and how important it is not just to your success in terms of how you're perceived by others, but more importantly at this stage of my life, I'm feeling that being authentic in everything I do, be it work or personal life, and how I represent or present myself, it's got to be true to me. I think people see that, and they, it's much easier to reconcile with someone across, you know, whether it's culture, race, gender, when you are authentic. And that's why I come back again to just the whole concept of personal mastery. It's about taking a load off on the things that we tend to worry ourselves with if we're not sure of who we are. And there's enough noise, as Amanda was saying, that we have to, you know, oftentimes are preoccupied with. And so it's just kind of simplifying a lot of things. For me also, I just think, again, it's this adaptation or the use of words and how they adapt. And I think one of my key traits is just clarity. Oftentimes you know, the word being articulate can and sometimes becomes a very loaded word, particularly when it's reference to women of color. That's a discussion altogether, another discussion altogether. And I think the intent behind the word is what matters. But for me, so much of where I think my success lies is being in exactly that, is being clear and articulate in terms of, you know, what I want, where I'm going, how I communicate with my clients. And so, yes, that's probably one of the biggest things. But I think also just emotional intelligence encompasses so many things. And again, it's something that we assume is inherent, but I don't think it is for all people. And oftentimes the conflict and challenge that we deal with in our industry is because people, you know, kind of are lacking in that. And we can't afford, in the diverse and complex environments of South Africa, to ignore those kind of issues. We have to be able to tap into kind of compassion, you know, in how we deal with people. So as a woman in business and leading other people, I think learning how to lead, being compassionate but firm, has also been something that I think has proven successful for me in trying to invest and develop that kind of skill and that trait.
Yeah. Thank you, Jody. You know, you've spoken about emotional intelligence and being authentic. So thank you about that, because you find that along the way you get fatigued or tired if you present too many faces of the same person that you are. It gets tiring. So being authentic carries you quite far. And at times you find that if you have not been genuine enough, when you come into yourself, you realize that you have actually sold yourself short. So we appreciate that. Amanda, now to you. What has carried you this far? Because we know that you've run a mile or many miles. What has carried you this far?
Sure, that's really quite a tough question, and I think as with Mpumelelo and Jody, it's a number of things. You know, I say to my team often, just be tenacious. When you make that call and you get a no, when you submit that plan and you hit a wall or whatever it is, you just have to keep going. You can't take no for an answer sometimes. And So I think tenacity is probably one of those things. I think empathy is also another one, because it's helped me to engage in the areas of practice that I really want to be in. It also helps with collaboration, working in teams, and with engaging with our stakeholders when we do projects, because we always listen well when we start. And I think that's one of the things which kind of sets us apart, and it also sets women apart. You know, we are prepared to listen to other people and to feel with them and for them. I'm also, you know, quite a holistic thinker, so that, you know, that trait has helped a lot with things like sustainability and kind of master planning and seeing the bigger picture. And I think, again, women as sort of multitaskers, we are able to think, you know, pretty broadly and consider a number of factors when we are designing. So yeah, I think those are the main ones that come to mind. And yeah, they've helped a lot. I'm not terribly business minded, so I do want to stick my hand up when Jody offers a course. Because even this far in, you know, we've managed all these years, but many times it's been more about survival than thriving. And that's definitely the goal.
You're muted, Amanda.
Sorry. I don't know when you lost me, but I was talking about just making that shift from survive to thrive. And that's something that's very much on our agenda as a practice and as individuals.
Thank you for that, Amanda. You know, I knew that when Amanda speaks, she will not finish this session without master planning. She knows why. You know, she's a master planner. Okay, so Amanda, the projects that she works on, she gets involved in projects. A school would be wanting just one building, you know, and she was saying, but it's not going to work holistically. You haven't looked at the full picture. This is the master plan, but you can do it piece by piece. And I'm looking at her speaking about her life, that even our lives, there's a master plan, but if you do everything at once, you fail dismally. So you take one step at a time. So that principle that she applies in her projects and also in life, it really works. And I'm going to do the last round now and then allow others to come in. Bumi, this conference or this webinar is hosted by SECAP, but from the Transformation Committee, about leveling the play field for women. And we had a question on Facebook and by email that we haven't addressed as SECAP, way saying gender is supposed to be non-binary. We're not supposed to be taking female, male. What about those who don't subscribe to being male or female? But as SECAP, that question, we're still going to address it in full. We won't address it here as yet. But the reason why I'm saying I will do the last round is you now represent women of your age, of your gender and stature. And what can you say to SECAP? How do we improve the lives of female practitioners? How do we empower you? If someone had to say, for me, I want to empower you, you want to tell them because you know what you need. So if you are representing 1 million Bumis, how would you be empowered?
Well, look, this is already a good start. I believe that one of the things that we do not have or that we're lacking in this country, obviously besides the numbers, 26% is rather low, is to give such platforms to women to be more visible, to show the quality of really stellar work that is being executed. more broadly, more consistently, giving the students the opportunity that you have today more constantly, more continuously. Because the issue is the number of young people from high school that don't even consider architecture, or that don't have the confidence in architecture that would change their idea and their mind and possibly consider architecture as a career. We need to grow those numbers massively. And for that to happen, architecture must be like, remember in the different communities, I love how it was, I'm from an Indian community, and if you're not a doctor, a lawyer, I'm like, same thing with us. If you're not a teacher, a nurse, you know, we've got these mindsets that need to be dismantled. And we've got social media. SACAP has really been getting to that. Continue, more consistency, more of this. And just to be seen and heard more often, for it to be a norm.
Thank you, Mpumi. Coming to you, Jody, Mpumi spoke about being more visible, dismantling the mindsets. You know, that's the empowered professional that she sees and envisage. Coming to you, if we're looking at an empowered woman, not the stereotype of what empowering woman means, but in your own understanding and how far you've come, if you're looking at the 18-year-old Jody looking to be empowered, what is an empowered professional or empowered woman in your own terms?
I think for me, it is and always has been about an empowered woman as a woman with choice. And I think the choice at, at different stages in your life might be different relative to where you're at, but for a large portion of our population, choice is not open to them. What Mpumi is saying is even touching on the idea that there's a lot of communities where young women don't even understand that architecture is a choice, that it is a career, that it is something that you can do and that you can excel at. So having the tools, having the programs, having the mentorship, the funding, kind of business engagement to give people in this industry who are marginalized choice at every stage of a career or studying towards a career in architecture. And making those things tangible. Talking about these platforms like this are great. They're great to start conversations. I think the challenge is always where it goes when we all dial out. Part of that is just being empowered and having the choice is also understanding your responsibility with that choice.
Yeah.
And what you do with it.
Yes. Thank you for that. Thank you, Jody. We appreciate that. A woman with a choice. And even as this conversation starts, how do we take it forward? So I've taken that challenge. We'll talk about it before we finish, but it has been important to speak about having a choice, because we know most of us were coming from rural villages where we didn't even know that the architecture, even in the vocabulary, exists. We only had it from friends later on in life. So the knowledge, the information provides choices to women. And those who are marginalized don't have a lot of choices in life. So thank you for that. Amanda, back to you. I can see that you are with the constituent of women. Hello. Amanda, back to you.
I brought in the reinforcements.
Yes, you must do that.
I think that's good. I think it would be great if everybody comes a little closer just to say their name.
Come on. So we have Rowan and Slee and Piwe here, and I actually put the question to them, and we got some lovely answers, and I think very much around opportunities, bursaries, access to the education of architecture, and what Jody said about choice. But what Rowan came up with, which I thought is really profound, is how architecture is such an elite profession. It has this kind of, you know, detached, out of reach feeling about it. And yet the spatial issues that we in our country are dealing with are so real, so on the ground, and so experienced by people every single day. So I don't know, Mandisa, how you do this, but I think SACAP needs to somehow bring architecture into that realm of dealing with the pervasiveness of spatial issues, and bringing it out of the elite and more into the accessible, real, solution developing, engaging, understanding space that it should be in. And I think women play a huge role in that because of our natural sort of empathy and human connection. And I think that's a lot of what's missing in the profession of architecture is the humanity of it. So I think there's a huge space for women to fill in that arena. But that's from the whole team.
Yes, thank you for that, Amanda. And what we take from your response is that the empowerment means access to opportunities, you know, because that's what it is about. And on this last session of this particular panel, before we go to an open session, I've got Tirunaveli Pillay. Tirunaveli Pillay has been posting comments, questions, and number of them. And I just want to give you a privilege that you ask any question you want to ask from Amanda or Jody or Nompumelelo, or if your question is not specific to any of them will pick up a question. Are you in our panelists or attendees? Please unmute Tirunaveli Pillay. This is your incentive for posting so many questions and comments. Tirunaveli, can you see Tirunaveli? Trying to locate. I don't know how to, she doesn't know how to unmute. Please help Muneti. All right, if we can't, I'll just ask maybe 2 questions that she asked. The first one is, how do you think that women can be, how do women make themselves mentorable? Who wants to pick that up?
I will. I would like that one.
Yes. Okay.
One of the key elements of being mentorable is something I've discussed before, direct translation, teachable. You really need to, open yourself up to input and information. So in some cases, because we may be doubting ourselves, because of obviously, you know, whatever, different reasons, don't become so defensive that you don't allow yourself to take in information. Now, when I say taking information, I don't mean any garbage, you know. Be more of a listener. In a space where you're not sure about something, you don't necessarily have to agree. But in some cases, and that's something that I learned later on as well, because I was always ready to answer, you know. But if you can just give yourself the opportunity to listen, to hear, and to lower your defenses, not necessarily that because you're listening, you are going to act on everything that you are being told. Reach out for help and assistance. And it doesn't always have to be packaged in the way that you want it. Sometimes when you reach out and you want something specific, please do state it, because you'd be surprised at how many people are willing to supply it. But also then look at alternatives of getting any sort of input. you know, maybe open up even that question to the person that, or the people, or the group that you're approaching. You'd be surprised at how many other ways they are willing to mentor you. I say this again from experience, where I've got students who may need input at their academic, on the academic level. I may not have time that day, and submission is like in 3 days' time. But then again, you know, maybe there's another way that I could assist you in a more consistent, let's meet every week, or, you know, how's it going at home? Or what are the pressures? Or why have you gotten to the state where you're actually coming to me 3 days before a submission? Let's work on your planning. Be mentorable, be teachable, be open to getting input, and reach out. You'll be really shocked at how many people are willing to help.
Thank you for that, Pumi. I've got another question which says, how do you deal with workplace bullying as a young graduate? Who wants to take that one? From our 3 panelists.
I'll go on that one, Mandisa.
All right.
So we've been touching so much on how much building confidence assists in helping overcoming so many of the challenges that have been brought up this morning. But the reality is that not everyone has the confidence to stand up. And so, I mean, I'm going to be very flippant and say, you know, kind of fake it till you make it kind of thing. But I think on a serious note, when you're dealing with issues like workplace bullying, is that sometimes if you cannot advocate for yourself, I think you also need to understand that it's okay to align with someone who can advocate for you. And again, that brings me back to the whole discussion about, you know, who is your village, who is your circle. You've got to create a network of support in every environment that you're in. Understanding your rights in the workplace, understanding the organizational culture, that goes a long way for you to be able to even identify what is bullying. And I think so much of understanding or having the political acumen in a business space is also understanding that there's some, as much as you need to be authentic, there's some parts of you that you need to learn to protect and hold back in the business environment. And oftentimes when we let down our guard to show our weak points is where the bully or the narcissist in that environment is just going to latch on. So for me, a lot of it, again, it comes back to if you're understanding yourself and you're understanding how to read people around you, a large part of that benefit is being able to steer clear of those environments. There are going to be people that cross that line. And I think it's up to you to determine whether you deal with that on a personal level or if it's an extreme point that you've got to take it to, you know, kind of a more serious level through company structures, if need be. Oftentimes, my experience has been is just where you've been constantly challenged in a way that wouldn't be traditionally perceived as bullying, but I think particularly as a female is always questioning. And so you're finding that you always need to be geared up to kind of motivate or defend your position. And I think it's okay to do that, but how we process those responses from other people is also really important, and not let it weigh us or you know, kind of carry that negativity, because I think that is really self-destructive as well. Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Jody. Taking the part of overcoming bullying, that if you are not able to stand up for yourself, find someone who can advocate for you, and also not internalize the negativity that happens. You deal with it and you don't consume it, because it will end up destroying you. So you deal with it, defend yourself, but you don't also take it in. And the last one, Amanda, to you, there's a question that says, how do women, do you think women can be social facilitators. I'm bringing that to you intentionally.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, as I was saying earlier, I think you know, it is a generalization, but women do have qualities that make social facilitation, you know, quite natural. And I think it is about being open, being observant, you know, being humble and not seeing yourself as some elite kind of practitioner, but rather a human being living alongside other human beings who are struggling, and seeing opportunities to make change that's effective and aligned with what people really want and need, you know, not what you think or you're told, but actually what you hear. So absolutely, I think it's vital that we all step up to that. There's just so much work to be done in this country of ours, that we need to, yeah.
Thank you.
Give it our best shot.
Yes. Thanks for that, Amanda. Of course, I know that you are in that space with some of the projects, but mainly when you said to be a human being, so that you can identify with others who are struggling, and also with the opportunity to make the change that people want, not what you want as a professional. So thank you for that. And colleagues, to Amanda Lead, Jody Davids, Nompumelelo Nzuza, it's been such a pleasure hosting you in this webinar. We really appreciate your time. We appreciate your contribution, and mainly the honest and laid back conversation that we just had. I saw on the chat and the comments, people have been saying you guys have been so honest and truthful. And I'm sure most people attending can identify that, yo, Mpumi, that's me, yo, Jody, that's me, Amanda, that's me. So the relevance of your responses and your contribution, we truly appreciate. So this panel is now, I don't know if you had any closing remarks. Let me not just close you off. I'm just facilitating you. Closing remarks, Mpumi, Jody, Amanda, then we are closed.
No, thank you for this opportunity.
Mpumi?
Thank you very much. MD, I would love it if we would have more of these. Listening to my colleagues' perspectives and point of views have comforted me. And that helps a lot, because I still have a very long way to go. Yeah. And just sometimes it does get a bit lonely. And to just be reminded that, you know, it's okay. We're all going through something similar, but we're all finding our way, and you're not alone. That's great. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mpumi. Jody, thank you, Mpumi.
For me, is also just thank you for inviting me to participate. It's been a lovely morning. I think for me, it's always kind of coming back. It's a north point of sorts to, you know, to kind of converse with other people in the industry. As much as we know we don't operate in a silo, when you're dealing with the challenges of business or in your little bubble, it often does feel very lonely, and you feel that you are alone in those challenges. So I think it's just quite affirming to kind of bounce these things off each other and know that there are ways and means to get around it. And then I think just lastly, particularly to the young students who I know you walk away from sessions like this still kind of feeling, okay, how do I go, how do I get to the next step? And I would just like to say I was so impressed by just how clearly the young ladies were able to even articulate what their challenges are and what they need. And I think it's so important, because I certainly don't think that I had that ability at the same stage where they at. So to just, on that note, just to say is, if you're there already, you guys are going to be okay. It's not necessarily going to be easy. There are ways to get around all of these challenges, but I really think it's inspiring to see that this is the kind of quality of professional coming our way, and to kind of hand the baton over to at some point. So I think, in the words of Sheryl Sandberg, the CEO of Facebook, is lean in, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jody. Lean in, ladies. Amanda, your closing remarks?
Yeah, I also just want to say thank you. I really do thank SACAP for hosting this kind of conversation, and I really hung on the words of my fellow speakers, and it is just incredibly heartwarming to hear the experiences, the wisdom, the learnings, and to know you're not alone, but also get some new, refreshing perspectives on things, no matter where you are in your career. Those are always really useful. So thank you very much for that. And I just really also have to say to the young graduates, follow your heart. It's such a headspace, architecture at times, but really, I think that is what women are really going to bring in terms of change, is that heart space. And sometimes we feel like, I'm going to say, a round peg in a square hole, because women are round. And we have that softness to us, and frigging hell, we have to make that hole round, and just don't feel you have to make yourself square, because that's not going to help anybody, especially not you. So go for it, keep drilling. Okay.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. This session is now closed with Amanda saying, go for it. Thank you very much. We will be going to our next session. We will just flight more work by women practitioners, and then we'll be going to an open session. This next session that we'll be doing is going to be bringing forth suggestions. How do we make architecture better for all of us, so that we take back all of those contributions back to the Conversations of Transformation Committee, and align them with SACAP's mandate, and back to council. So that will be our next session, but we will, for the next 5 minutes, flight the work by women practitioners, and then we'll get to that session as we go towards the close. And thank you everyone for staying in. Your contribution will be valuable. So those who still have time, we appreciate that you will contribute in the next 5 minutes. We'll start again. Thank you. All right, we are back as we go for the last lap. VP, are you here?
Right here, I'm right here, Councillor Mandisa.
And Tanzim, you are also here. All right, this last session is for the contributions from the architectural professionals. How do we make SACAP's platform and SACAP's response more relevant to what you need? So we'll take this back to the Transformation Committee for discussion. And because our mandate, even as this fourth term council, is transformation. And we know that women of all races are classified or categorized as a designated group where government is focusing for access to opportunities, that the focus is on youth, is on women of all races, is on disabled people, that there are opportunities that must be created to level the play field. We had that deputy minister that she has committed and has given SACAP a challenge that come up with programs so that a government can support to make sure those numbers become better, that we have more women in the database, more registered professionals, and also the candidates. She also referred back to the early childhood development level. So that is the discussion we want to have now, to say, how do we take this conversation forward? Because it's not just a talk shop. We're not here to just talk and we've done, it's an event. He also mentioned that the march that women undertook those many years ago were not just an event. It was the agenda, the cause they stood for. So that is what SACAP is saying, that we're not just hosting an event, looking at the numbers that we get today, and when we log off, what then happens. So we want to encourage that anyone that has got a contribution and is comfortable to share, we are listening, we'll take notes and go back for discussion. And believe me, we will come back and give feedback. And maybe those contributions, when they interpret it back to the ministry, to the funders, they will bear much fruit. We are now open for discussion. I will take the indication from raising of hands. Panelists and attendees, and Muneti will help us with unmuting. Do we have any hands?
Councillor Mandisa, I have my hand raised.
Please come in, VP.
Yes, I would, you've been asking everybody questions, and I would like to know what has carried you through right up until today, and that you still remain faithful to the profession. I know that you are a practitioner and you run your practice, and I know you have four awesome children whose years are also very close. So how do you remain standing till today as a mom and as a practitioner running your own practice?
All right.
Yours. Yes.
You come back to me now. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. Unexpected, but yes. I've been in practice for over 16 years now. Started my practice in 2004. I have a background. I was from a small town, coming into architecture, not having done technical drawing those days, and also not having known that architecture exists in the vocabulary. but through friends, I found myself in this field, in this industry. One thing that I know I had known even then was that I wanted a practical subject. So you find that I always make this example. I wanted to do drama, but I believe drama was also very practical. And when I got introduced to architecture, I was taken through the orientation period, and I just knew that this is who I want to be. And throughout our studies, I managed to study. I failed 1 year, mainly because I couldn't balance working, because we had in service training whilst we're doing schoolwork. I could not balance asking my boss for time off to focus on my work, because you find that in some of our backgrounds, you are allowed to be so timid that you can't even speak for yourself. So you learn along the way. So that particular year, I was a star in the internship program that I was doing for the company, but I was failing in my personal space. So I learned to balance and also to speak up. And also during that time, my mom would just send us 50 Rand, 100 Rand a month. So I needed to be a waitress whilst at school. So I was doing in-service training from 8 to 5. And then from 5 to 12, I was a waitress. So that is what I did to also go through school. And after that, I worked for CAMP for 2 years. After I worked for 2 years, started the company in 2004. And it's 16 years down the line now. I'm still operating. And it's been an incredible journey. At the time, I'm a technologist. So there were a lot of red tapes when I started, because the space was reserved for architects, and we've got all the respect for architects, so we're not going to get into politics. But at that time, technologists were not starting their companies because the space was so reserved. And I got to understand what the rules and regulations were saying, that whatever people were saying were not really the law. It's just their opinions that you can't have a company, but you actually could have. And at the time, I Googled everything. I didn't know how to make an invoice, how to prepare a proposal, and all of that. So mentorship is key. I always say, find a mentor, learn from others, because the time that I spent trying to figure things out, if I had a mentor, would have been much better. But also in growing in the industry, I aligned myself with the right people, made associates, and learned a lot. I love project managers. Those people are confident, whether it's an architect being a principal agent or QS taking a project management role. So I would voluntarily take some of their roles just to learn, because you find that we are good with design, construction drawings, but we don't understand the running of projects, stage 5 and 6. So I had to learn a lot of that, and it has gone quite well, because in the growth of the company, we are principal agents, we run projects. And one thing also that I did is to align myself with formal voluntary associations or forums, whereby you speak to like-minded people, and also where you've been had done, you become an advocate of that area. So I became an advocate of access to information, an advocate of mentorship, an advocate of being, of leveling the playfield. I'm a counselor at SECAP, not by favor, but by merit. I got nominated by people. Then the sitting panel saw it fitting to have me there. But mainly, it's not that I just got there for no reason. I'm there that you must be a voice. You must be the change that you want to see. And you're saying now, why am I still in practice? I'm in practice. We are job creators. We cry about unemployment. But if you don't do it, who will do it? So that is why we're still here. That is why we do what we do. I also in SIA KZN, I'm a regional committee member. That is voluntary work. We run a forum for African African professionals in the built environment. Mainly, all of the things that we do is that you cannot have a person experiencing the injustices that you experience and you still complain, but you don't do anything. So you become the voice for those who are unable to speak for whatever reason. It could be background, it could be that they haven't broken out of their shell. But when you get a platform, when you become confident, when you become competent, you have a responsibility to stand up, you have a responsibility to speak. And as Sabi asked, why am I here? Why do I do what I do? If I don't do it, who else will? So that we don't look on the side to say, but you haven't done it. Your responsibility is also upon you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Mandisa. You know, when you say that, I also I have this other one mantra that sits inside me that says that we are the ones that we've been waiting to see. You know, as you're coming up and growing all these years, you keep thinking that no, we will see them when they come, whoever they are. But it's actually, you are the ones that you've been waiting to see. So you are the role players and you are the partakers. Thank you for sharing your story. Yeah. Okay, Chair, you got it back.
Thank you, VP. Seeing that we do not have any hands, Tanzim, can you hear me? All right, I'm not getting Tanzim. VP, even as we go towards the close, I just want to...
Hi, Mandisa, sorry, I'm having a bad connection.
All right, I can hear you. Any closing remarks on your side as a transformation committee member and encouragement to those who are attending before I hand over to VP on the last two items?
Yes, I just like to say I'm so heartened by especially the young women that we've seen here, the clarity of their thoughts, and the clear path they themselves. So they know that there are some obstacles in their way, but it's not a hindrance. And I think we can learn so much from the panelists that we've seen before and learn from not to repeat those mistakes and take some of their wisdom. But I'm really heartened by seeing what's coming behind us. And hopefully that the path is much clearer and more empowered than ours. And also from the Transcom, I really appreciate, I think we definitely, they've given us some very clear-cut mandate, quite pragmatic responses on how to make future sessions. And we're gonna take that and run with it so that we can make this, together to take this growth forward. So thank you very much. I think the most empowering thing was to hear the voices of the people, of this young, strong woman.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Over to you, VP. We've got two items. We've got two items, the magic of 24 hours, and then the vote of thanks. Over to you, VP.
All right, thanks, Councillor Mandisa. I think I'm gonna move away from that topic a bit because I feel something that's a bit more relevant is to share with you one of my favorite poems. This was, it was printed at the back of one of my graduation certificates about 15 years ago. And in fact, it was seen by my mother who said, "Did you see what's written at the back here?" And she then printed it and laminated it. It's called the Entrepreneur's Credo. I feel to share this in also just reminding our architectural practitioners as well as our soon-to-be architectural practitioners that yes, we are right now living in tough times, but particularly when you're coming out of your studies, you must always know that you are designed to be an entrepreneur. You're designed to find solutions, and it's inherent in you to carve your future, to bake bread. To bake bread meaning to bring revenue into your life. So I'm going to share it with you. It was written by Thomas Paine. I don't know Thomas Paine, in 1776. So that's quite a while ago, but it remains so relevant. It says, I do not choose to be a common man. We could say common person. It is my right to be uncommon if I can. I seek opportunity, not security. I do not wish to be a kept citizen, humbled and dulled by having the state to look after me. I want to take the calculated risk. Remember, entrepreneur is a risk taker, to dream and to build, to fail and to succeed. I refuse to barter incentive for a dole. Dole is state care. I prefer the challenges of life, the guaranteed to the guaranteed existence, the thrill of fulfillment over the stale calm of utopia. I will not trade freedom for beneficence, nor my dignity for a handout. I will never cower before any master, nor bend to any threat. It is my heritage to stand erect, proud and unafraid, to think and to act for myself, to enjoy the benefits of my creation. I mean, you know, you can hear that, to enjoy the benefits of my creation. And that is just awesome. You know, you get an SMS coming in, and then it's a payment, and it's a payment because of your creation and your hard work, and to face the world boldly and say, this, I did it with the help of God. I have done it. And this is what it means to be an entrepreneur. So when it comes to, of course, God, it means whomever is your spiritual keeper, or whomever you look to. Yes, and then so that poem I love. Similarly, another one that I really love a lot is the one that was borrowed by Nelson Mandela, and it's not his original poem, but he borrowed it from Marianne Williamson, and this one just tells you that, listen, you just got to go for it. It says, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate, but our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light and not our darkness that frightens us. I mean, you see how it's talking about your light. Your light actually frightens you. That's why sometimes you decide to rather just retreat and just keep quiet. But rather, you know, we ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. You know, you find some people who just decide to just push forward and let their light shine. And then you realize that you're going to take a page out of their leaf. So it's enlightening to stand out there. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so other people shouldn't feel insecure around you. This is so important and so relevant to women that sometimes you think, oh, let me just retreat a bit to my corner. Let me keep quiet. Let me shrink a bit because I don't want people to feel insecure because I'm being too bold. And we know that that doesn't serve anybody. We are all meant to shine as children do. You know, children are always shining. So we should keep on wanting to shine. We were born to make manifest the glory that is within us, the glory of God. It's not just in some of us, but it's in all of us. And as we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. You know, you find that sometimes you're sitting within a committee or a panel, and then there's just this one incredibly brave person, and they seem to be so smart, or however, and in their demeanor, you end up feeling more courage to be able to bring out yourself. So I felt to share these poems. I love them. In fact, this one I already know off by heart. It means a lot to me. I think one of the things that, as I'm wrapping up, Councillor Mandisa, is that I got to encourage all our professionals and soon-to-be professionals and those who've been in the space long, as that look after your registration. Move into as quickly as you can to register with with the council. Yes, it is our council, but it gives us our title, and it gives us a voice. You know, your registration will speak for you. It'll be that piece of paper that will go before you. You won't even need to make noise, because you know what, the architect has arrived. Yeah, you know, there I am, and I'm at the table, and it'll speak for you. And then join your professional affiliations and partake in that space. And it's also important to go into your reflective and meditative space. It's just like I think it's Amanda who said that if it's prayer and prayer is what you do, or you meditate, you got to look to that. Do not stray too far away from that. That has always been what has helped me to remain here up until to this day. And we were actually having a lovely conversation with Councillor Mandisa late last night while we were preparing for this. And I said, you know, I have learned, as I was coming up, I've learned to give myself permission to, that it's okay. It's okay to let it out and to cry in your private space. I used to do it in the bathroom, and then I could eat meal. And when I come back, I'm all smiles and the solutions just come, you know. So if that is what you need to do to get it off, you do it in your private spaces, and then you come back and you keep on moving. And that has served me in the past. So you may have been hearing, you know, you'll catch wind here and there. Yes, things are tough. And some people say, no, but the profession, what if the profession is gonna become obsolete or whatnot have you? There's no such a thing. We just gotta adapt. You keep on adapting. You take up other scopes of architecture. I mean, it leads you into design, whatever design aspects that it is. Those are opportunities for business and to derive pleasure, because you were created as an overarching design of all types of aspects. And I recall during my study days, I went to go and see my head of department, and I was having inner conflict. It was during my master's, and I was sitting there and I was just crying, and I'm like, yo, no, look, am I even gonna make it? No, I don't see any other women architectural professionals out there. And he said, look, Tabi, when you finish, it is true, when you get out there, you're gonna find people that look like me, gray, pepper haired, middle-aged like myself. But all I can say to you is just do your work. Do your work, do your part. And I'm sure a lot of the practitioner ladies will also say that they know for certain that if you just do your work and you arrive with your drawings, then you got nothing to worry about. Then everything is sorted. So make sure that you do your part, and you don't even need to justify or talk anything through. So I just want to give a vote of thanks to our panelists. It was really an honor to have you, the practitioners and your advisors, and Nadira and Ms. Nzuza. Thank you so much, Ms. Jody. It's a pleasure to have met you. Thank you, listeners, for being a part of this panel. We hope that the attendees would say even more, but it's also okay not to. Councillor Mandisa, thank you for leading the proceedings of the day. And yes, and as you know, that we serve in this platform as SACAP. And then we're going to be out maybe in about 2 years. Maybe some may come back for a second term, but it's also an opportunity for some of you guys to come through into SACAP and to keep wanting to make the profession a better place through legislation. We decide these things, and then they become legislation, and they get fed back into the profession, and then they get to affect you directly at your own practice. And you say, well, I took part in this document, and now this is the document that I'm referencing from. So that is really an honor. Yes, and I think that will end our proceedings for the day. I don't know if there's anybody that wants to say anything lastly. I think Program Director, you can close us off.
Yes. Thank you for everyone that has attended. Please make sure that you communicate with SACAP. We've got programs that are currently running. those who have been in the industry for long, some here are principals, and you've got staff that has been working for you, not registered with SECAP. There's currently a special candidacy exemption program that is running. A person who has been in the industry, whether underemployed for more than 5 years, they don't have to go through candidacy and submit monthly training records. They can just apply for special candidacy exemption and then write the PPE. That's the first one. Then the second one that is currently running, we've got RPL. If you are a draftsperson, you are a technologist, you are a senior technologist, and you've been in the industry for a long time, and you want to be upgraded to the next category or level, and your work can speak for itself, please apply on the RPL's recognition of prior learning. That will also give you leverage to take more work, because identification of work has been published. So in a year's time, if you're a draftsperson, you'll be limited on what type of work you can do, as well as technologists and senior technologists. And we've got an upcoming event on the 26th of August, the Stakeholder Relations Convention. Please also participate in that. The emails have gone out. And SECAP is open. If you have any challenges, you need assistance, you're meeting any hurdles along the way, please email. SECAP is responsive. And if you find any troubles, you can also reach out to us. Someone asked what are the email addresses that we have. I'm just going to send to Flight the email address for SECAP. And if anything is in particular to any of us, you can just immediately ask SECAP, even on that particular email, to forward the information to us. I'm just going to look for that email address quickly. And then after I flight that, I will go back to the professionals' work, flight it for the last time, that one that is remaining. And exactly at 2:05, people can log off. We might not need to say anything. Thank you. I'm just going to look for that email address that people were asking for now. I have put email address before you. It is info@sacapsa.com, info@sacapsa.com, and the telephone number is 011 479 5000. And those who are students not registered at SECAP, there is a students category. Please inquire at SECAP and make sure that your name is there. The benefits of being in the SECAP's register to get information firsthand. Please use that opportunity as well. So we're going to, okay, I've got 2 hands from the attendees. Can I look for those hands? Muneti, can you please allow Neom Daga and Nina Wood? Penina Wood. Muneti, can you allow Neom Daga? Muneti, can you hear me? Muneti, can you hear me? Neo, we are still looking for Muneti, and also Penina, we're looking for Muneti. Give us a little bit of time. Muneti will come back to us.
Hello, Chair, I'm here.
Muneti, we've got Neom Daga has the hands up, and also Penina Wood. Can you please allow them to unmute?
Penina, you can go.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Neil.
This is Penina.
Hi, Penina.
Sorry, me again. I just wanted to salute you, Sabi and Mandisa, and all on behalf of all the attendees from today. I wanted to say a huge and immense thank you. I don't think you even comprehend the immense benefit and appreciation from the attendees and from the young minds of young women architects and myself, who's been practicing for about 20 years odd, give or take. I'm giving away my age now, but I think I mentioned it earlier. Wow, I can take something from the young architect ladies who are studying, from the senior lady who has had an immense, the practicing over a good few years. I am just absolutely humbled and immensely grateful for today. I have received such insight and immense wisdom, and I cannot thank SECAP and the two of you lovely ladies, Sabi and Mandisa, for hosting and giving this wonderful opportunity to us ladies in this industry, which can give us huge challenges along the way. There are big highs and there are big lows, but wow. The wisdom, the poems, the comments, it's been incredible. So thank you, ladies, so much, and God bless you on your way and all those that have listened today. I'm truly grateful and truly humbled, and it has been an honor and a great privilege to be a part of this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Penina, and thank you for your contribution and involvement. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Neom Daga.
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, I learned quite a lot today. It was a wonderful opportunity to be in with like-minded people who are passionate about architecture, women especially. It's quite, I don't know how to put it, but it's always nice to always to bump into because it's really rare.
Leo, please come close to your mic. Please come close to your mic.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
All right. It's rare to bump into like women in architecture since I've been in the industry. I could count by like my one hand the women that I've bumped into like the same industry. But it's always an honor to always bump into one and like share your experience and everything that you have experienced in. But today it was an honor to be amongst a lot of them, sharing the experiences, ideas, and the passion that they have for architecture. Thank you so much for this program and to everyone else who spoke. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for that feedback. We appreciate it. Thank you. There are no more hands, and I'm going to flight the work that is remaining. And thank you so much for attending. And Munetsi, I would say our time keeps shifting. I would say at 2:20, please close the forum, because we will no longer be speaking, but we'll carry on flighting the work right now. Thank you. Thank you, Munetsi. We have come to the end of our program. Thank you to all those who have attended. We are all done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.